Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you all to this conference, Designing Cost-Effective Care for Older People and How Technology Can Make a Difference. My name's James Goodwin. I'm the Head of Research at Age UK. I'm immensely pleased to be here and be your chair today. It was some 6 months ago when Oliver Wells and Garth Johnson, on behalf of the Royal Academy of Engineering, came to Age UK to ask us if we would continue the partnership that we've been developing by producing a conference, which we're pleased to have this morning. Age UK is a relatively new charity, but in its short life of 2 years following the merger between Age Concern England and Help the Aged, we've made a considerable impact. And a great example of that is that last year, 2011, we won the Dodge Charity of the Year. Now, you might say, well, what's the Dodge Charity of the Year? Every year, all MPs in Parliament get to vote on which charity had the most impact in their lobbying and in their influence in Parliament. On a blank piece of paper, there are no names listed. People do it in an unprompted fashion, and we won that. And I thought that was just a marvellous accolade for the work we're doing. And there are not many charities who can take on the banks. There are not many organisations who can take on the banks and win. But we, with others, did. We took on the Payments Council, and we forced them into a U-turn on cheques because we knew that from our intelligence on the ground that older people were very, very unhappy about the loss of their checkbooks. So that's some of the great work which Age UK has been able to do. And as far as engineering is concerned, we've been involved with Engineering World for several years. I did a considerable amount of work with Oliver Wells at Imperial College and Guangzhou Young. I have a chair at Loughborough University, and one of my main co-workers there is David Williams in manufacturing engineering. And of course I know Garth at Newcastle. So I'm very, very pleased to be here. I'd now like to invite Garth to say a few words of welcome to you this morning as we start. Thank you.
Okay, could I just say one or two things about the Royal Academy of Engineering? I'm conscious that one of the great things about today is that this is a multidisciplinary community. I've looked down the list and there are people from a wide range of backgrounds and professions. So some of you may not be aware of the Royal Academy. The Royal Academy promotes the engineering technological welfare of the country. It is the sister, if you like, of the Royal Society, which looks after science. The Royal Academy of Engineering is responsible for all of engineering right across the spectrum, from nanotechnology, if you like, the tiniest things, all the way through to offshore turbines or oil platforms and so on. So it represents the whole of engineering. It has an elected fellowship, and it is the fellowship which drives the professional activities of the Academy. It has a particular interest in items of biomedical, aspects of biomedical engineering, and through what used to be called the UK Focus, now the Panel for Biomedical Engineering, runs a series of events, conferences, and this is just one of those. We always try and partner with other organisations because of the cross-disciplinary aspect. So we're particularly pleased today that this is a new, fast-growing actually, partnership with Age UK in the field of relating technology issues to the ageing population. So particularly pleased that James and I have been able to pull this together. You will find in your packs a couple of briefing notes, and we produce briefing notes on various aspects of engineering, which I hope you'll find relevant to today. So I'll say no more except to welcome you again and hand over to James, who is looking after almost the whole of the morning, I think. Thank you, James.
Okay. Thank you very much, Garth, for those words. I'm tasked now with reading to you 3 messages of support. I'm very pleased that 2 members of Parliament from Sheffield and one of the MEPs has been able to write a few words which they'd like me to read to you. And I'll start with a message from Meg Munn, the MP for Sheffield Heeley, who says that I am delighted that the Royal Academy of Engineering and Age UK have arranged for this conference to take place in Sheffield. Before I entered Parliament, I worked in social services and found that often most people ended up in care because they and their families were worried something might happen to them. Now we see technology that not only makes everyday living easier, but provides reassurances to people and their families so that they continue to live at home for longer. I hope that today's conference will inspire you, whether engineers or people involved in care, to see that there can be a brighter future. The second message I'd like to read is from Linda McAvan, who is the member of the European Parliament, who sends the following message of support. Like the Royal Academy of Engineering and Age UK, the European Parliament and the European Commission are acutely aware of Europe's ageing population and conscious of the challenges this will present. It's vital governments and healthcare systems are prepared for this change of ageing population, not just for the increase in people needing treatment, but for the escalating costs this will inevitably involve. Engineering has a vital role to play, not only in ensuring elderly people are able to live their lives in comfort and independence, but also by making their care more affordable. And then finally, from a name that you will all recognise, the Right Honourable David Blunkett MP for Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough, with whom Age UK has had a great relationship on the fundraising side, I might add. He says, telecare and telemedicine make such a contribution to allowing people to continue living independently and to providing confidence and assurance both to elders and to their family and carers. A combination of engineering ingenuity and thoughtfulness about ensuring new technology devices are accessible can make all the difference in helping people manage basic tasks. Coupled with good design, engineering enterprise can be as much about social well-being as our future economic success. I think those three messages from those preeminent people in Sheffield are really supported by the concept of the building we're in. And I don't know if you know about this building. Electric Works is set up on an initiative, as I understand, from the Sheffield City Council, who commissioned a company to come up with the concept of getting technology and design all together in one building to support their innovation and development. So Sheffield has served us well, and we're, I'm sure, very, very pleased to be here, all of us. Now, a few administrative sort of issues for the day. First of all, this isn't Chatham House rules here, so I hope our speakers understand that everything that they say they'll be held accountable for. and we can put it into the public domain. And in fact, there's a note on my chairman's brief here to say, please encourage delegates to tweet the offence. So all those tweeters amongst you, if you can hashtag #AgeTech, that's the sort of community domain where you can start tweeting. I'd also like to take the opportunity of thanking all the speakers before they speak for coming to be with us today. And just to say, please would you speak to your 20-minute brief. Matthew Norton, I'll introduce in a moment, one of my research managers of Age UK, is going to be the timekeeper. So when you see the magic 5 appear in your peripheral vision, that's 5 minutes to go, and then 2 minutes, and then he'll put up stop, and that's really when you should actually sit down. We're having questions, not at the end of each speaker, but at the end of each session. And there are 4 sessions. So what I'll do is, at the end of those sessions, I will invite the speakers to come and sit with me at the front while we hold the question and answer session. Now it gives me great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Matthew Norton, who is my Social and Economic Research Manager from Age UK. Matthew is a graduate of Cambridge and York Universities. I think you had some time in the Prime Minister's Strategic Strategy Board at 10 Downing Street, and he's also worked for the NIHR in one of the research development and support units. And I'm very pleased that Matthew is now with us at Age UK, and it gives me great pleasure to invite you to give us our opening address. Thank you, Matthew.
What a great building to be in for a conference today. I already feel more creative just by being in this building. So it's yeah, really nice place to be having a conference, and I'm particularly excited. The big kid in me is particularly excited by the Helter Skelter, and I think I'll be trying it out at lunchtime. I don't know if anybody would care to join me. I'm here to speak about an on-the-ground perspective on the role of technology in the care of older people. As James has outlined, Age UK is in I think a unique position to be able to speak to be able to speak to the views of older people and in terms of their contact with and use of technology. I think our reach through our service delivery and our daily contact with older people puts us in a very unique position to do that. So where are we starting from? Well, I think we're starting from a position of a huge amount of unrealised potential around technology and the care of older people. We're now beginning to see a massive evidence created to show the value of technology in improving outcomes for older people and also saving the NHS and other areas of public spending money. The recent results from the whole system demonstrator pilots, which piloted telehealth technology, came out earlier this year, and there's some really quite startling results. The pilot saw a 45% reduction in mortality, a 21% reduction in emergency admissions, a 24% reduction in elective admissions, a 15% reduction in A&E visits, a 14% reduction in bed days, and an 8% reduction in tariff costs. So I mean, just through those results, you can see that technology, in this case telehealth, has huge potential to not only prevent death, but also prevent older people having to go into hospital and it supporting them to manage their conditions at home and live at home rather than having to go backwards and forwards to hospital, which obviously we know has a big impact in terms of improving outcomes for older people. People prefer to be treated at home rather than having to go to hospital. And that then has a knock-on effect in the sense of saving the NHS and other areas money. The NHS itself has an efficiency target of about £20 billion to be saved by 2015, and this just shows the potential that the technology can bring to part of that cost-saving initiative. So we know, I mean, historically evidence has been, certainly of effectiveness of telehealth and telecare technologies has been quite thin on the ground, but we're beginning to get a critical mass now of evidence to show the potential. But yet take-up in England is particularly slow. There are only around 5,000 telehealth users and 1.5 million pieces of telecare use in use to date. And that doesn't quite sit with the benefits that are being shown that technology can realise. And it's often thought that's because older people don't embrace technology. It's passed them by. Then it's not for them because they're not engaged with it, and it's not their time. They can't engage with it because they're too old, essentially. But some research that we've been involved with shows that that's simply not the case. And on a day where we're talking about technology, I hope the technology works. I've got a very quick video to show you. Oh, no. We have no sound. Well, this is essentially Jim here talking about his television remote control, explaining why he loves that piece of technology and how it enhances his life in terms of convenience. And I think what that neatly shows is that older people are absolutely prepared to embrace technology in the same way that any other group of people in society are, but want to do it on their own terms. And I think there is lots of technology being developed, historically there has been, to support older people, but we know that take-up is low. And we need to now understand why and find out how to change this. And there's lots of initiatives going on at the moment, and I'll speak to one of them that we're involved in throughout this presentation. But I think this is where we are today, and we need to be doing more to encourage and help and support older people to embrace new technology around care. As part of that, there's huge opportunity in the political and policy landscape, particularly at the moment with all the changes going on within the NHS and with the forthcoming social care white paper. I think it's very important for industry, for engineers to understand that landscape in order to be able to make use of the levers that it will create. And that's certainly something that Age UK and other organisations can help with. I think we have a unique position in terms of a great understanding of the policy and political landscape around all of this, and also tapped into what older people think and have great lines of communication with older people themselves. So I'll say a little bit about some of the policy implications at the moment. I know there's going to be more said about this throughout the day, so I'll only touch on it, and I'll just touch on some work that we've been doing. So we know, as context, that social care is in crisis. A report I wrote for Age UK at the beginning of the year outlined a £500 million funding gap in spending last year up to April of this year on social care. And we know that that's historically been getting worse. So although spending has been increasing slightly in cash terms, because of demographics and because of inflationary and increasing costs within the care sector, it's not enough to keep up with demand. And what that means is that people are either receiving less social care services and not having their needs met, or they're being charged more to supplement the services that the local authority were once providing for them. And the current cuts that we're going through between now and what will probably be 2017 mean things are only going to get worse, and the pressures on spending will be even greater. And we also see in social care that there's a huge postcode lottery. So somebody in Tower Hamlets will get a greatly different service to somebody elsewhere in the country, just by virtue of how the council arranges its care and how much it charges users as part of its package. So there's huge inconsistency and underfunding across the board, and things are getting worse. So it's clear that technology is going to have a role in improving the cost effectiveness of care services. Not crucial to stress from our point of view, it's not a replacement for care, but it's an enhancement. And it's not difficult to see that some of the efficiencies that technology can bring will need to be brought to bear in terms of managing the funding crisis that currently exists in care. And the government has recognised this. On the back of the whole system demonstrator pilots, the government have pledged to improve 3 million lives over the next 5 years by the implementation of telehealth and telecare technology. And what they've said is that the government alone cannot make this happen, nor can industry, without the help of the NHS or social services. And I think I would also add to that, without the help of the third sector and charities like Age UK, who can help deliver services, who can provide links to older people in the older community, and also, as I've said, a good analysis of the policy landscape and the levers that can be exploited in that area to better embed technology. So a little bit about the policy landscape and the opportunities that are currently on the table at the moment in terms of the changes. So we've had the NHS bill that's now run through Parliament. That's going to foster a greater integration of health and social care, or at least it provides the infrastructure for that to happen through the clinical commissioning groups and the health and wellbeing boards, and that will provide a greater conversation between local authorities and the clinical commissioning groups in terms of holistic commissioning of health and care services. And we're due to see a social care white paper as well, end of this month or the beginning of June, which will set out the government's vision for reforming the social care system. And although we don't know what's in that white paper, I think it's pretty fair to speculate that there'll be an emphasis on technology and how technology can improve, can prevent contact with health services and improve people's lives through prevention and early intervention, and also on integration between health and social care in terms of service delivery and in terms of spending. And I've already talked about the 3 million lives. So just in those two pieces of legislation, we're going to see much greater coordination between health and social care and a much more upfront role for technology, I think. And in that context, we also see that personal budgets are gaining momentum. So by 2013, I think it is, everybody who wants a personal budget and is receiving social care will be entitled to one. And there's a lot of work going on to develop personal health budgets as well. And again, it won't be unsurprising to see the merger of health and social care budgets, particularly in terms of management of some conditions, for example, diabetes. And we're already seeing that happening at the moment. And what that means is that we have a shift to a consumer-driven market. So rather than the historical block contracting by local authorities, local councils, we're seeing the consumer taking the role in terms of in terms of purchasing technology. And that makes listening to stakeholders even more important, because this has to function in a consumer market rather than a prescribed market from health and social care professionals. So what all that means is that there's a huge potential for growth. We've seen the evidence for the effectiveness of technology. We know that the policy and political landscape is ripe for greater involvement in the use of technology, but awareness among the target group, amongst the older people, is especially low. They don't see the value, or they don't understand the value that can be created through the use of technology and telecare and telehealth, nor do they know how to go out and find it. So what are the solutions? Well, we've the Technology and Strategy Board has recognised all of this, and through their assisted living innovation platform, they launched a funding call in 2010. And Age UK, along with the University of St Andrews, the University of Sheffield and the University of Reading, were successful in applying for that funding with our project, with our Cobalt project, which is challenging obstacles and barriers to assisted living technologies. And I'll just take a few moments now to talk about some of the early findings from this research. We're about 10 months into the project now, so we have some sort of really initial findings. And what we set about doing in this project was thinking, well, it's important that we don't start out by saying, well, what's the problem with older people? Why aren't they embracing technology? Why aren't they? Why is uptake so slow? It's the older person's fault. So we wanted to try and turn that on the head a little bit and think about, well, if we can think about what adults actually love about technology and try and unpick it from that angle, and that will give us a sense of how we improve things going forward and create solutions to greater effect for telecare and telehealth, and embedding those technologies into people's lives. So we use. I'll carry on. I'm also very much louder, but so we had three methods of. Oh, and I've gone again. Can everybody still hear me?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. So we used three different types of methods to try and get to the views of older people and try and understand what they love about technology. So first of all, we did some show and tell sessions where participants were asked to bring along technologies that they love and also technologies that they've abandoned, and explain to us their reasoning for their love or for abandoning the technology. We also, as results from a previous project, suggested that, and from other previous research, suggested that that what's important for older people is being instructed by peers, and the value of kind of peer support in adopting technology. So we wanted to do some groups that looked at how older people instruct one another around using a new technology, and then finally some Dragon's Den sessions where participants chose a technology and pitched it to the group and explained what they thought was useful and where they thought the technology added value. And I did have another video just showing the Dragon's Den session. We showed. I've got 5 minutes left. Okay, but it's a good job the video is not working now. That was just it was just showing the Dragon's Den and two ladies talking about a blood pressure monitor. And what it did actually show was the lady was quite comically challenging the reading from the blood pressure monitor, because she'd been drinking cups of coffee and she was chatting away, as she said. And she said, "Oh, that's wrong. It's actually it actually should be this. It's because of the situation." So it shows that it shows older people. It shows a couple of things. It shows that older people know a lot about their health and a lot about their own situation, and that personalisation is hugely important in all of this. I mean, that runs through health and social care and bringing the person to the centre of care. But I think it also speaks to the need for technology to embrace that and to not focus on the technology, but focus on the person and understanding their needs and understanding the information that they hold. So some emerging themes from the research, and they were first of all enthusiastic about technology, about sharing their experiences of technology, and they also found some sort of ways in which they felt it enhanced their life. So first of all, staying in touch mobile phone, and it was quite interesting to show how technical some of the people were with the use of their phones, so using it for videos and other things, and sending videos to friends and family. So quite complex functions on the phone that's often assumed older people wouldn't embrace. And so many things like a Kindle for life enhancement. And interestingly also, another participant talked about the Kindle as being an assistive device in the sense of being able to make the letters very big, and so it helped with their sight difficulties. But it was also interesting that they said that if that was pitched as an assistive technology rather than as a mainstream piece of technology with sort of the aspirations that come with that piece of technology, then they'd be a lot less likely to have taken it up and used it for that purpose. And I think that's something that's very interesting that's come out of this work and other people as well. I'll skip through this emerging theme and move on to barriers. In some ways, I think it's helpful to think about older people themselves as barriers, because as I'll say in a minute, I think it's the technology that's often the problem, not the older people themselves. But nevertheless, there are issues around older people's perception of technology. And first and foremost, the issue of digital inclusion. We know 5.7 million people over 65 aren't online. And we also know that digital inclusion is quite important in terms of it being a platform on which introduction to other technology is built. So Age UK is doing a lot of work to overcome the issues of digital inclusion and try and encourage more people online. And I think that's important in terms of thinking about how they embrace other technologies as well. We have a whole digital inclusion team who offer training sessions and the like to encourage people online, and we're trying to do something to drastically reduce that number. In terms of assisted technology, and these are things that have come out of our research and research of others, it's not viewed in the same way as mainstream technology. There's a huge stigma around it.
2 minutes.
There's worries about loss of privacy and confidentiality. They worry about lots of social interaction, that the technology is going to replace the person in their life, so the carer, their GP, whomever that might be. And crucially, trust in the technology and trust in the service that's created around that technology. And I think it's worth flagging that that's something that Age UK, again, can help with, because we're a trusted brand and we're a trusted organisation. And I think in terms of overcoming that particular barrier, we can play quite a key role in helping other people to understand the value and begin to trust assistive technologies. Also, the final 3 points on this slide, in terms of the lack of the technology being in the mainstream, and the lack of opportunity to purchase it as a commercial product rather than it being prescribed through health and social care services. So a lack of opportunities to try before you buy. No options to hire pieces of technology and poor customer service. And I think those are the types of things that need to be addressed in this new world in terms of personal budgets and more consumer-driven markets for assistive technologies. Care and health staff are a big barrier, although I think that's beginning to change, but that's a result of a poor understanding and communication of the value of the technology and also how the technology works. Fear for jobs, it's obvious, but I think there's beginning to be a change, and people are beginning to realise that it can supplement the work that they do rather than replacing their role. Yeah. And sceptical of the added value of technology. And we've done we've had some early conversations with social health and social care professionals, and they're the types of things that they're suggesting are the barriers to their sort of encouragement of the use of technology. I'll finish on thinking about some of the barriers from industry. I think from our point of view, certainly from my understanding and Age UK's understanding of industry's approach to telehealth and telecare technologies, industry has a poor understanding of the needs of older people, and older people particularly as potential consumers. And also the potential and structure of the assisted living technology marketplace. We couldn't find any social science evidence base that showed the numbers of people that might benefit from use of in our case telecare technology. So we're trying to do some work with the Strategic Society Centre to look at whether we can do something about that evidence base, and we're using the English Longitudinal Study of Ageing to look at matching people who use telecare within that sample with people with similar matched needs, to try and understand what the potential is in terms of the numbers of people that might benefit from technology. Yeah, so I think I'll finish on saying that I think industry needs to focus on technology to address consumers' industry has traditionally focused on technology to address the consumer's disability, whereas what's required is a focus on solutions that fit into people's homes and lifestyle and meet and stimulate their aspirations. So rather than it being focused on a disability, focused on frailty, focused on older people as a burden, it needs to focus on how it can enhance lifestyle and be addressed through mainstream technologies rather than through NHS and social care. I'll leave it there.
Now it gives me immense pleasure to invite Professor Tom Kirkwood, the Associate Age of Deaning at Newcastle University, to speak on the changing expectations of later life. I've known Tom for many years. He was the former chair of the Research Advisory Council, which we still have at Age UK. And he is what I would describe as a giant of ageing. And I think if you went into any academic or research arena on ageing in the world, they would know Tom's name, but more importantly, they would know his work. He's a former president of the biological sector of the International Association of Geriatrics and Gerontology in Europe.
That's enough.
That's enough?
Yes.
All right. You're very welcome, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. I think time is pressing, so
right.
You've got a biography in the notes. It's a great delight excuse me, to be here at this meeting and to be reunited with some very good old friends, and I hope I have the opportunity to make new friends. As James was saying, I'm delighted that my own university, Newcastle University, has recognised ageing as being really the top priority for our society today. And has launched over the last couple of years the Newcastle Initiative on Changing Age. So my new role as Dean of Ageing for the university is to be able to facilitate research, developments, innovation in teaching and training across the whole of the university landscape. I will refer one or 2 points to some of the things that have arisen out of this Changing Age initiative. So I have taken the liberty of putting a web link there. If you go to that, you will see that, among other things, in 2010, just before the last general election, out of this initiative, we launched a charter for changing age. There are 8 points to the charter, and in fact, I'm going to use the 8 points of the charter as a framework for what I'll present. The 3 party leaders at the time all enthusiastically signed the charter then, and I'm not saying it's the only framework within which we can view this, but it is certainly a framework that I think identifies the key challenges that we, together with organisations like Age UK, the Royal Academy of Engineering, need to progress. Perhaps the most important thing is to emphasise just how startling is the change in human life expectancy. We all know that life expectancy is increasing in the UK, as it is across most of the developed world. What we also tend to be aware of is that life expectancy currently increases at the rate of about 2 years a decade. That's not new. It's been doing that for the whole of the last 200 years. But an increase in life expectancy of 2 years a decade means that your life expectancy today is going to increase by between 5 and 6 hours. So when you got out of bed this morning, you were waking up not to the 24-hour day that you might have had in mind. You were actually waking up to a 29-hour day, of which you will use 24 hours now, but you're adding another 5 hours to your stockpile for the future. And I think this rate of increase is something that is actually quite startling when we look at it in these terms. In case you think this is just an obsession of the developed countries, in the developing countries, with the exception of those countries badly hammered by HIV/AIDS across most of the developing world, life expectancy today will increase by between 7 and 8 hours because they're playing catch-up. Okay, so the first point I want to address is that increasing lifespans represents one of humanity's greatest achievements. For the majority of the population, life expectancy has doubled over the last 200 years, and with that has come a whole host of benefits. We need to recognize that although this is often presented as if it were a challenge, a problem in the making, this is the product of an incredible amount of ingenuity. The issues that we confront today are merely how to transform the cleverness of people in the past into ways of continuing the improvement in the quality of the extra years of life we're gaining already. You only have to go back 100 years. These are figures taken from the Registrar General of England and Wales. These are not arrows that, as it were, made up. 1900, a cohort of newborns would be whittled down by the mortality experienced in the early and middle years of life, so that the numbers surviving through into their 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s would be a tiny fraction of the starting population. A century has transformed that picture, so that the vast majority of us now can expect to live well into advanced old age. This is what we're grappling with. This is why the pension system is in such a mess, because we introduced a pension system 100 years ago. We haven't fiddled with it until very, very recently. But what we have seen is this extraordinary transformation. Second thing is that although most people talk about the increase in life expectancy in terms of the ticking time bomb of demographic change or the burden of all these older people, increasing life expectancy is an enormous economic good. It's an economic good in many, many ways. That's not to say it's an unmitigated economic good. For sure there are challenges, and Matthew's alluded to the challenges that government seems to struggle to get its head around in terms of reconfiguring health and social care provision. But this is actually entirely feasible if people just simply got their thinking caps on the right way round. Matthew worked in the number 10 policy unit. Well, you know, I wouldn't blame Matthew for the failure of governments to achieve greater progress on this front, but my goodness, there are some smart people who work in these kinds of policy units, and it's about time that they pulled their fingers out. This is the kind of article that we tend to see in the press. This comes from the Sunday Telegraph. It's 7 years old now, but you could still see the same kind of article. Dear me, we're all living longer. How on earth are we going to cope? And yet some years ago, from the Department of Economics at the University of Chicago, a department that's won more Nobel Prizes in economics than any other department of economics in the world, it was calculated that the value of the increase in life expectancy that had occurred within the US between 1970 and 2000 added up to a staggering $73 trillion. So it's not all economic bad news, but it is challenging. We live in economic hard times. We've all heard the news this morning. We've all followed the struggles of Greece and Spain. It's not going to be an easy ride. A few years ago, I was privileged to be specialist advisor to a House of Lords Science and Technology Committee inquiry. They said then, looking at industry, we cannot understand why, with few exceptions, companies of every size seem unable to recognize the commercial opportunities which are there for the taking. This is a report published 7 years ago. I wish I could say that the report had transformed the landscape and that now these statements were redundant, but I would say these statements apply with exactly, almost exactly, the same force that they did. And I recognize that within this room, we have a handful of people who probably are exceptions to this general condemnation of industry, because I'm sure that we have here some very enlightened, inspired, and far-thinking individuals who have to take this forward. But why is it so slow? Aging is something that concerns us all. There is a tendency to talk about them when we talk about older people, to talk about the elderly, as if that was a sort of category of people that we could marshal into a football stadium and sort of deal with as a kind of category. But the elderly, even if we're not yet very old ourselves, we should count ourselves in the category of people who are about to become old, just as people who are old already are not people who have suddenly been transformed by the passage of years into a new kind of being. They are people who were once young themselves, and they understand and recognize the continuity of their personal life experience from youth into the condition that they find themselves in. I think we also need to recognise that it's about time that we started to take seriously issues of equity in society. We have quite stringent legislation and social practice in areas of racism, sexism, religious discrimination. You look at what happens to football commentators who slip into archaic language to describe a player occasionally. They're sort of drummed out of their jobs. We see John Terry, maybe he should be on trial in July for the inappropriate use of racially loaded language. But we do not see any comparable sensitivity to issues that relate to a person's age. And yet time and time and time again, discriminatory language that belittles a person in just the same way that racist or sexist or discriminatory language of other kinds belittles the target of that unacceptable use of inappropriate terminology and description is applied commonly to issues around older people. And what we need, partly in order to be able to change this, is that we need much better information about older people. There is an extraordinary lack, despite the sterling efforts of organisations like Age UK, there is an extraordinary lack of information about what the lives of older people are really like. What is their experience of health like? What is their experience of technology like? What is their experience of activities of daily living like? What are their aspirations? The media was celebrating the Britain's oldest university graduate recently, someone at 90 who got a degree. We have people in Newcastle who have taken higher degrees in their second half of their 80s. You know, these people are held up as extraordinary examples, but actually, as our research is discovering, they are not really so unique. We are conducting a study in Newcastle, the Newcastle 85 Plus study, precisely because there is almost no information in the UK about what it is like to be 85 and older. There are patches of information. The NHS could tell you how many people aged 85 and older have been into hospital for this or that operation, but they can't tell you about the 85-year-olds who have not passed through the doors of the NHS. Organisations have segmented partial information, and we need it to fill this gap. 85-plus-year-olds are the fastest growing sector of the population in the UK, as they are in most other countries in the world. But as I say, almost nothing is known about them. You can search the research literature, and it just isn't there. So what we've been doing is to run a study in which we approached everyone in Newcastle and North Tyneside, born in 1921, in the year that they turned 85. And because we'd done 2 years hard work to prepare for this, we managed to recruit a very, very high proportion of them. And we are measuring, with their consent, everything we can, and we're getting opinions. We're running questionnaires, we're doing laboratory studies, we're doing physical assessments, we're doing echocardiograms, we're measuring cognitive performance, we're putting activity monitors on them for 7 days continuous recording, so we know every time they turn over in bed in the night and that kind of thing. This information is being collected with the enthusiastic participant of most of the 1,000-odd people in the study. These are some of our nurses collecting the data. And what are we finding? Well, we're finding, no surprise in this, that older people tend to have illnesses. This is a distribution. We looked at 18 different diseases. We didn't just ask the participants, we got their permission also, in addition to the assessments we made, to go through their GP records. So these are objectively confirmed, verified illnesses. These are the numbers of things people aged 85 have wrong with them. Interestingly, out of 1,041 people in the study, no one, not a single person, had nothing wrong with them. So that confirms one idea we have about being very old, which is you get sick. And actually you can see that most people have 3, 4, 5, or even 6 things wrong with them. This is important because it tells us that the current configuration of healthcare services is not good, because individuals have 3 or 4 or 5 things wrong with them, go to 3 or 4 or 5 different outpatient clinics to have the things seen one at a time. So 2 months ago, we started in Newcastle on our campus for Aging and Vitality entirely new NHS clinics for people that have multiple disorders. They come once to the clinic, and they're seen in one clinic by all the specialists who need to see them. And at the end of the consultation, the specialists put their heads together and decide how they should be handled in order to minimize problems of one person writing a prescription for a drug that will make the other conditions worse, and that kind of thing. Most importantly, if you can read the text at the bottom of this, what we found was that although people have 3, 4, 5, 6 things wrong with them, we asked them to self-rate their health and quality of life, and 78% of them, that's 4 out of every 5, self-rated their health as good, very good, or excellent. So old people are not the sort of miserable old, whatever, pejorative term you want to add to the end of that phrase, that they tend to be thought of and portrayed as in television drama and so on. They are having a pretty good time. That's not to say that there aren't plenty of people who have real problems with their health. Quite a number of people in this study have dementia. Quite a number of people are seriously ill. We also assess their ability to perform 17 different activities of daily living. So these are all the kind of things that you need to do in order to be able to maintain your independence. And in some ways, we were really very encouraged by the findings. What we found was that nearly 30% of men aged 85 are able to do it all. They have no functional limitation. Only about half that number of women are able to do it all. And it's interesting, it's still an enigma why women, despite the fact that they live longer, by 5 to 6 years, experience more disability and more ill health over a longer period of time at the ends of their lives. This simply confirms what was known already. But these people, we had a lunch for participants, so we had 200 people who accepted the invitation, came for lunch. This was when they were 89 years old. These were some of the sparkiest people I've met over the last couple of years. Came under their own steam, most of them, several of them running businesses, many of them active internet users. It's a completely different profile from the common perception. And it raises challenges. They're also extraordinarily heterogeneous. I'm probably coming to 5 minutes on this. Okay. Something also that we need to recognise, and this is where technology can make an enormous difference, is that older people are a hugely under-acknowledged asset. They have massive accumulated mental capital. 3 years ago, I was involved in the Government Office for Science Foresight exercise, Mental Capital and Well-being, and I led the programme on mental capital through life. And we sort of introduced the concept of thinking about this in terms of a trajectory of mental capital, something you sort of start off pretty much as a blank slate, as a newborn baby. Then you acquire mental capital through training, you nurture, develop it through the middle years of life, and it begins to come down in later life. Now, partly it comes down because of neurodegenerative diseases, partly it comes down because of cognitive slowness. But actually, the thing that drives mental capital down fastest is society. Because society marginalizes, pushes aside on the scrap heap of participation in society, people who are deemed to be old. So the analysis, and you can go to the report, you can download it over the web, these diagrams are sort of graphical representations of a huge amount of collected science. And you won't be able to read any of the small print that relates to the later part, but there is a tremendous range of opportunity for technology to get to grips with how to mobilize, to enhance, to preserve the mental capital that's carried by older people. We need to increase our knowledge of aging. It's a new area of science. Far too little is known about it. We do, however, know that when we look at what it is that actually drives the aging process, what transforms us, as we see in these two photographs, man, late 20s on the left-hand side, same man 50 years later on the right-hand side, all the changes we're familiar with. What is actually driving them? Well, we now know that what is driving them is not some inbuilt genetic clock. It is that as they live their lives, they accumulate faults in the cells and tissues of their bodies. So scientists, like my colleagues in Newcastle, are getting to grips with the biochemical and cellular detail. But the most important story that is emerging from scientific research on aging is that the aging process is far more malleable than we used to think. Aging is driven by an accumulation of damage. Some of the damage is intrinsic to our biology, and we've just got to kind of live with it. But some damage comes from bad lifestyle choices, from poor socioeconomic circumstances. from having to deal with chronic stress, from eating the wrong kinds of food. It doesn't just make you unhealthy, it actually makes you age faster. And this is why we have this steep socioeconomic gradient in health and quality of life over the later years, as has been highlighted by Sir Michael Marr. On the other hand, the healthy lifestyle choice is participation, healthy nutrition, exercise, getting out and about, engaging with people, actually enhances the body's natural mechanisms for protection and repair. We're learning about how these mechanisms play into age-related diseases. And very interestingly, as we deal with the upstream mechanisms that contribute to one age-related disease, be it Alzheimer's or osteoporosis, what we're learning is that there are common pathways that play into other mechanisms. So down the line, a great deal may become possible that this science is explosive. And finally, this is the last point that I wanted to address, we urgently need to adapt our infrastructure for an aging population, and this is really where technology comes into play. We need to stimulate the user pull. Matthew alluded to some of this. It requires clearer recognition of what might be achieved, but it also requires a change in attitude. And this is a change in attitude which has to pervade the whole of society. Those people who are trying to provide the technologies, but those people who want the technologies. Older people have to believe in their abilities. They have to overcome the erosion of self-confidence that is pervasive today. And of course, technologists want to invent things all the time. So we don't need to worry too much about the sort of the creativity of the technologists, but they do need to invent in the right directions. And this is where something that, again, we've set up in Newcastle, Voice North. Voice stands for Valuing Our Intellectual Capital and Experience. Is a user panel that has grown very rapidly over the short while that it's been in place. It now has well over 2,000 people participating actively in Voice North. And these are people who engage with technology designers to try to inform the process. Many of them are designers themselves. Previously employed as designers, you don't stop being a designer when your final paycheck from your employer drops through the mail. You remain a designer, but you're a designer who's not connected with the design challenge. So what Voice North does is it reconnects. And this is proving to be tremendously effective. And I don't know whether Paul Watson is here yet. Yes, he is. Paul is leading a very exciting major project, Social Inclusion in the Digital Economy, in which this organisation is playing an important role. He may mention this later. So my final slide, and I am out of time, so I may leave this for you to read. But what we need to recognise is that in terms of changing expectations of later life, we can expect more of it, but we also need to alter what we look to from our later lives, both for us as individuals, but also within society. We have our heads, for the most part, in entirely the wrong place at present in order to be able to make a success of this. We're fatalistic, we're vulnerable to negative stereotyping. We all suffer from tunnel vision, the obsession with the job of the day at hand. We suffer from a youth bias. There are real problems about accounting of costs and benefits. Matthew told us about the important initiatives in telehealth and telecare. And yet, I live in a county in England where the county council recently held a meeting to talk about the rolling out of broadband across the whole of Northumberland. And they said, we are thinking it's a reasonable target to say that we will be able to provide broadband to every household in Northumberland by perhaps 2018, perhaps 2020. This is absolutely absurd, and probably one of the greatest barriers in the way of implementing cost-saving initiatives. If we can't get something as fundamental for technology as broadband into every household within the UK, it's not worth even starting. So I'll stop at that point, and thank you for listening.
our next speaker, Anita Charlesworth, Chief Economist at the Nuffield Trust, is getting ready, I'd just like to pick up on one of the points that Tom made there, which is crucial to our work at Age UK, and that's the unrecognised contribution that older people make to society. I'll just give you some throwaway figures. We sell insurance to the older population, addressing market failure. The oldest person to whom we sell travel insurance is 110, and they're still globe-trotting. Right? The oldest person to whom we sell motor insurance, and they're still driving, is aged 105. And the oldest people to whom we sell home insurance, still living well at home, are two twin sisters, aged 104. Okay, thank you, Nita.
One of the things that has happened over the last 20 to 30 years is that a very large proportion of public spending now goes on older people. And there's been quite a dramatic shift as some areas of public spending, like defence, have fallen very dramatically. The state has reduced its role in housing and other services and economic development. And as a share of public spending, services and support for older people has grown substantially. So what this chart shows is just the three, either two big areas and one very familiar area of welfare payments, that's state pension in particular and other payments to older people, health service and social care, spending on people over traditional retirement age is about £140 billion. That's about 20% of all public spending in the UK. Dramatically higher as a share than it would have been 30 years ago. The big part of that is welfare. The other key component for us is health, and social care is a very small component. And I'll just leave you with a thought before I move on that comes from the Dilnot Commission. If you were starting with a blank sheet of paper and thinking about how you provide quality of life, dignity and respect to people in their older age, is that the way you'd slice the cake? I think very few of us think that it is. So for healthcare, which is what I'm going to mainly talk about, which is that third of support for older people, over the last, getting on for 15 years now, seen a dramatic growth in spending on healthcare, fuelled. Is there a laser pointer? Sorry. Lovely. So fuelled principally by the rise in state spending on healthcare. And so that we now spend getting on for 10% of GDP, so £1 in every 10 of the UK economy. In the US, that's nearly double. But overall, we're sort of in line with the OECD average now, slightly below France and Germany. But obviously, £1 in every 10 of our country's wealth is a huge amount of money, and spending that well makes an enormous difference. The spending on healthcare, this is since the NHS was founded after the war. This is the change in spending each year. It's incredibly variable, but we come off the back at the moment of a period of very large historic increases in health spending, and then the little bar you cannot see because it's almost non-existent is what's happening to the growth in spending over the next 4 years. It's flat in real terms, but the population continues to grow, and actually all my colours haven't worked. The 80 plus population grows particularly, so actually spend per head is falling in real terms, which we sort of forget. So while, as I said, this population is growing, and so just over a very short time frame, up to 2022, we see, I cannot, I've got no sense of direction here. Obviously, the 50 to 69 population is growing, but dramatic increase. I mean, incredible increases in such a short period of time in the 70 plus, who are particularly significant for healthcare. And this is why people like me who worry about healthcare finances are sort of slightly obsessed by this stuff. This is only for hospital services, so inpatient, outpatient and A&E costs. So that's about half of all health service spend. This is how much typically we spend by age. And as you see, the curve from the 50s onwards just rises, and I think that's exponential pretty clearly. There's a blip for women as people like me have children. And in particular, I think, whereas costs for men are below women at younger age groups, they tick up above women as we get older. And we've been doing work at the Nuffield Trust to try to look at what are the factors that explain those costs. And these are some regression results, so these are not all additive. Yeah? So what we've done here is looked at the number of admissions for non-elective, as so to speak, for emergency admissions for people over 50, using data over the last 10 years, and we have individual linked person-level data for everyone across the NHS. What we find is women cost slightly more. Within an age group, there's almost imperceptible increase. If you died in that year, it does cost a little bit more, but fundamentally, the cost of emergency admissions are associated with the incidence of these diseases. So, in essence, you know, if it is all about the compression of morbidity, yeah, and this just highlights that again. And if you've got more than one thing, and as suggested, most of us will end up having more than one condition, then the costs are that much higher. For elective admissions, and I struggle a bit with those words because I think the idea of an elective admission for cancer is a strange concept, but I guess these are for planned admissions as opposed to on-the-day emergencies. Then we see a slightly different picture, but again, very clear picture whereby it is the burden of chronic disease and the way we choose to treat chronic disease which drives the cost for people in older age. And this very busy slide takes one of those conditions, which is diabetes, which is growing very substantially. It looks at the female population and looks at the number of admissions that we can expect someone to have in a year if they've got diabetes. So this could be for a range of different things, not just an admission specifically for treatment of their diabetes by age group. Back in 2005, when I take the older age groups, who are much higher obviously than the younger age groups, they were having about one admission per year, so there shouldn't be percentage. 1%, sorry, of female population was in these older age groups was being admitted for diabetes. We see a very sharp increase to 2010 in the percentage of older people who are having an admission. And some of that is trends in prevalence, some of that is our ability to detect more, and we have had a policy with GPs to try and go out and find diabetes, so we might be recording more of that correctly. Others of that is more, maybe models of care and expectations. But if that trend continues upwards at the same rate, that will be a very, very substantial impact on the cost pressures in the NHS. And this is the same analysis for men, and the graphs are sharper. Now, this is not exclusively an older people's issue. As you can see, we are seeing the same pattern, slightly less steep gradient for younger age groups, but this is happening across the board. But obviously, the numbers, because of the pattern of the burn disease, are greater for the older groups. And what we've been modelling within the Nuffield Trust is what this stacks up like as in terms of cost pressures on the NHS going forward. And what we've done here is to look at if the trends in admissions stay at the level that they are at the moment, and you plug through population change, and this is 1947 when everyone had a baby, feeding its way through, then you have a pressure on the NHS in real terms of between around 1.6% over the next decade. If we continue on with that trend in admission, yeah, then we're talking about another percentage a year in healthcare spending. That's £1 billion a year. And if you accumulate that, that's a lot of money. So this stuff really does make a big difference. And in our current financial environment, £1 billion a year is a lot and a big pressure. That in social care, so healthcare, there is a really emerging issue about it being difficult to envisage resources keeping pace with these sorts of needs. In healthcare, I think the train has crashed as far as most people who've looked at it. So this expenditure has not grown to the same degree. It has grown, but not to the same degree. This looks back over the last 5 years. And expenditure is already quite substantially below demand. And I guess this is your £500 million from age concern. Yeah? And many people think that that's the data that's around over what's been happening in the last year or two suggests that's probably bigger. The Dilnot Commission, this is their data, looked at the spending pressures on social care without any reform to the system and with some reform. And as you can see, in a very short period of time, we're talking about increases in spending being required of between 50 and 80%. And so Dilnot adds to the cost, but it doesn't create the cost pressure. There's a very substantial cost pressure. Anyway, so the Office of Budget Responsibility, which was set up by the incoming Conservative government to produce independent forecasts of the economy, had a look last year at whether our public finances were sustainable in the long term, and they defined the long term as 2060. And they looked at a range of things, but one of the things they looked at was the results of an ageing population, assuming our current policy mix says this is not inevitable. You know, it's about how we choose to view ageing in policy terms and the way we construct this. But under their analysis was that under unchanged policy, the government would have to end up spending more as a share of national income on age-relating items such as pensions and healthcare. But without changes to things like retirement and taxation, government revenues would be roughly stable as a share of national income. And so unless we increase tax or cut spending, this would eventually put the public sector net debt on an unsustainable upward trajectory. So we do urgently need some reform here to deliver long-term sustainability. Well done.
And now we're going to move on to Dwayne Johnson, the Strategic Director for Health and Community for Halton Borough Council, who's going to speak on keeping people at home, a prime objective. And you're very welcome, Dwayne. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me there okay? Yes? I'm here to represent the Association of Directors of Adult Social Services. Talk to you a little bit about the national picture and some of the issues that are happening nationally. I'm also here, though, just to talk to you about Halton, which is the Borough Council that I've worked for some considerable time, and about our experiences about using telecare and telehealth. Now, I imagine a lot of you are very familiar with telecare and telehealth, but I do want to just go into a bit of detail, because a lot of evidence base in terms of Halton nationally people have been using, which I think you'll probably find informative. I should start with a thank you, actually. I've just been reading the Engineering for Health, the Royal Academy of Engineering, and I've just actually had a stent in my heart. I was going to have a massive heart attack. I'm only 47, or I could have had a really significant stroke. So I don't know if there's somebody in the room I can thank for sorting out the stent, but I imagine somebody has somebody's thought the idea about a stent, and so I've got one of those in my heart, keeping me alive, and no doubt it's thanks to somebody, either in the United Kingdom or the world. But let me just go through a couple of few issues. First of all, the 3 Million Lives Project. I don't know whether people have heard about this. Basically, the coalition government have just announced the 3 Million Lives Project. The clue's in the title, but obviously it's there to support and retain as many people at home as possible through the use of technology, mainly telecare and telehealth. So Paul Burstow, who's our Minister, launched it on the 19th of January this year. And they've published a Concordat. And there's 4 major organisations that are involved in the Concordat. I'll read those out if people are not aware of those. The Telecare Service Association, which is the largest telecare and telehealth organisation in Europe. Intellect, representing the IT sector. The Association of British Healthcare Industries from the UK medical technology sector, and Medilink UK, a life sciences industry organisation. And there, on the Department of Health website there is more information about 3 Million Lives. But basically the aim of government is really over the next 5 years is to promote, encourage as many organisations, local authorities, healthcare, to use telecare, but also to innovate wherever possible on telecare and telehealth. And I'm going to give you some examples of that later. But also I'm here really trying to encourage businesses to examine new ways of innovating and new technologies to support more people at home. Part of 3 Million Lives, you may be aware, was influenced by the whole system demonstrator sites. They were launched in May 2008. And they were launched by the previous government there, by the Department of Health. And the whole system demonstrator sites was one of the largest trials in the world around telecare and telehealth. And it was a randomised control trial of telecare and telehealth. It involved around about 6,000 patients in the Newham, Kent and Cornwall areas. And basically the trial asked one fundamental question: does the use of technology as a remote intervention actually make a difference? And some of the things that they found were, in terms of the findings, were that it did substantially make a difference. Some of you may be aware of tariffs, or the cost of providing a service. And the tariff is usually based on a set amount of cost of a service. But it actually, by using telecare and telehealth of those 6,000 people in that trial, it reduced the costs around about 8%. So that was significant. Certainly, just listening to Anita in terms of the pressures on social care, significant amount of resource we can save. More importantly, though, particularly in terms of health, it reduced the number of bed days by 14%. And it reduced the number of elected admissions, so those planned admissions, by over 14%. 15% in terms of accidents and emergencies, and I'm going to give you some examples of that in a minute. And 20% of emergency admissions, and 45% in mortality rates. And again, I've got some good examples from Halton where I can describe how it was actually able to do that. Alongside the demonstrator sites, some of you may be familiar, some of you may not, the work that was undertaken in the previous year, research in Scotland, where they found that it reduced hospital bed days significantly, care home bed days were saved significantly by people being avoided being hospitalised, and then the home check visits were saved again significantly. And I've got some good examples of that in a moment or two. So just a little bit about Halton. So some of you may not be aware, but Halton is a borough. Was established in 1998. It's an old Cheshire, part of the old Cheshire Authority. So we're between Cheshire and Merseyside. And we didn't start well in terms of social services. Indeed, in 2001, the Joint Review team, which was the Audit Commission and the Care Quality Commission, the old regulators, said that Halton's adult social care services was not serving people well. And indeed, it was identified as one of the worst authorities for adult social care in the country. That is until I arrived in 2002. Anyway, I arrived in 2002 with a team of people to try and change the way that services were delivered and the way that practice and innovation was delivered. And I was appointed as the Director of Social Services in 2005. And one of the first things that we recognised, having worked with particularly with older people, was that more people wanted to be retained at home. If you looked at some of our admissions to residential and nursing care facilities, they were the highest in the country per head of population. We also had some of the the highest admissions to hospital in the country. But we also invested the least in terms of technology, and particularly telecare services, again, in the country. So what we did in 2005-2006 was we did a massive piece of work with a range of different organisations, with Tunstall Telecom and with service users, patients and carers, and we looked at how we could change lives and how we could improve outcomes for people. And one of the things we examined then in 2005 was the use of telecare. And if many of you are familiar with the technology and the environment, it wasn't in great use then. So we decided to significantly increase our investment in telecare. At the time, we probably had about 100 or so people using our telecare service, which would usually be the basic lifeline system. It's a pendant that goes around somebody's neck, or a telephone that you would press if there's a fall. And we had about 2 staff that marketed or supported the service. So the elected members and ourselves decided that we would significantly invest, and that's what we've been doing over the course of the last 7 years. And we have now around about 3,000 or 4,000 people on telecare. We're one of the largest per head of population areas that that has telecare. And the team now is around about 7 or 8 people that support the team. And nationally, we've had some fantastic outcomes. Per head of population, we are now the lowest rates of admission to residential and nursing care in the country. And we've been able to significantly reduce the number of people being admitted to hospital. We've also, in terms of the evidence, and I haven't brought along all of the statistical evidence today, but you can see on the Social Care Institute for Excellence website the case studies that Halton have been using. And that was evidence-based by the Care Services Efficiency Department of the previous department of the Labour government. And they visited Halton, looked at why we've been able to significantly change outcomes and improve our statistics. And they've been able to provide a lot of detailed evidence, financial evidence, statistical evidence on how it can improve people's lives, how it can be more efficient, but more importantly, going back to Anita's slides there, it can be more financially efficient for local authorities. We've also won a couple of awards on the back of using telecare and telehealth. We won the Innovation Award in 2009 and for the use of technology. And I was invited to 10 Downing Street to talk to the then Labour government, Phil Hope, who was the minister, about how telecare has been able to, telehealth has been able to transform people's lives. So I just want to give you a couple of examples then of case studies that have changed people's lives. And I've used these two. This is Betty, because I've met the two people myself. Betty's 96. She lives at home in her own bungalow. She has very limited mobility and some cognitive impairment. She had a significant number of falls at home, which involved her being admitted to hospital on a regular basis, and she required a lot of rehabilitation. Her family in particular wanted her to be admitted to residential or a nursing care home. Betty herself didn't want to go into a care home. She wanted to live in a bungalow where she'd lived 30 or 40 years. So what we did in Halton is we decided, instead of moving to a care home, we would take a risk in some respects, because telecare and telehealth is a risk. And we put a range of different sensors into her property. So we put a bed sensor into her bed, obviously with her approval, of course. And also we put in chair sensors, so we would know if she was moving around, she was moving in her house. She's had those in now for about nearly 2 years, and although she has had a fall, we've been able to get to her quickly, get her admitted, or treat her very quickly in her house. Sometimes that's meant she hasn't been taken to hospital because we got there quick enough. But Betty's still at home, and 2 years ago she possibly would have been admitted to a residential or nursing care home. So that's Betty. The second case study is Peter. Peter lives, he's got learning difficulties, quite significant learning difficulties, and he lives in a supported home in the community. He has a significant problem with epilepsy, and has on a daily basis a number of fits, and he also uses a wheelchair. So what we did with Peter, instead of again moving him into a residential care setting, because he wanted to stay at home, we put his main problem was a night time when he had fits, and what we used to do is to have staff going in 2 or 3 times a night to check on his how he was, on his condition, and obviously that was extremely intrusive, but from our perspective as well, it was extremely costly. So what we've done is we've put in a nocturnal epilepsy monitor, which actually goes into to his bed and connected to Peter, and we have a pager as well that Peter can use. And Peter's had that now for about 12-18 months, and we're very confident we'll be able to keep Peter at home in the future because of the technology. So the vision for Halton, and this is my final slide, but also a bit of a plea as well, is that we want to continue to increase our telecare and telehealth. We're getting close now to nearly 50% of people in the community in Halton who either use some form of telecare or telehealth system. So you can see we really do firmly believe in the use of this technology to retain people at home, but also to reduce significantly some of the financial burdens that local authorities find themselves in. It's a whole system approach. It's not just about local authorities, it's working with partner agencies, but more importantly it's about working with service users and carers as well, and reassuring carers that this technology can really keep people at home. It's safe and it will improve their lives at home. So on the final one, it does improve outcomes for individuals, and that's evidence-based. As I say, it is on the Social Care Institute for Excellence website. I suppose the plea from me as nationally with the association, though, is to do more innovation, but particularly around the preventative areas. And I think our association is particularly interested in looking at new innovation around the prevention areas, particularly around falls, but particularly around a range of health areas. We've started to look at some of the periphery areas, blood pressure and different things at home, but we need to really advance and advance quickly for many of the reasons that the two previous speakers have indicated in their presentation. So that's my final plea to finish on. I'm the Association Directors Adult Social Services contact. So if there are people that do want to get together, there are people in the room who would be interested in get together with a number of directors of social services, I'm happy to facilitate that through the association, your association, and happy to coordinate something so we can develop more advances and improve outcomes for our disabled people. Thank you.
We have Selena has two roving microphones in the auditorium. So when you ask your question, could you please first of all state your name clearly and identify your affiliation so that we know the background of the question? And do I have an offer for the first response? Yes, over on my right there, Nicola. Thank you.
And the telehealth, telecare, obviously, an excellent way forward. But one of the areas that we have highlighted to us is what about the additional pressure that puts on the carers at home? And is that something that's been explored from a technology point of view? Technology assisting the carers themselves. So there's enormous additional physical and mental burden.
Okay. Thank you, Nicola. I'm going to direct that to Dwayne in the first instance and then open that up to anyone else's comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you for that. I actually think the opposite to that. I think most carers, particularly that I've met groups of carers, believe that by having the telecare systems in place, it gives them a greater reassurance themselves instead of having to either pop round or telephone and contact them on a more regular basis. So I actually think it is more reassuring, particularly for carers. But I do think there is an added advantage as well, though, that we need to maximise, and that's really the use of personal budgets. And I think by having personal budgets and using personal budgets, carers themselves, in consultation, obviously, with their parent or whoever, can use the funding that we've got available for personal budgets to use in a variety of different ways. So I think that also gives additional reassurance by using that funding in different ways.
Thank you very much, Dwayne. Another question? Oliver, thank you.
Oliver Wells from the Association for British Healthcare.
Microphone.
Dwayne, I'm sorry. Dwayne, you're 50% of the population that are using telecare. What is it 50% of?
Yeah, it's 50% of the people that are known to adult social services. So basically that could be something, so if you are known to social services, it usually means that you've got some form of service. Now that could be something really low level, could be something like a meal on wheel, or it could be something more significant like domiciliary care services, visits 4 days a week. We have probably about 4,500 people that are known to adult social services. So it's approximately 2,500 people that are currently using some form of telecare or telehealth system.
And Wayne, could I just follow that up by asking, have you any sense of how those numbers might be projected into the future in terms of the increase in take-up of telecare beyond that initial 50%?
Well, I think there's two issues there. I think the first one, it depends on the strategic approach of each local economy. So I think obviously we've decided 5 or 6 years ago to invest significantly in telecare health. And I've got to say at that stage it was a risk because there was evidence that it did retain people at home, that it was more cost effective. But I do think it's down to local economies. It's also down to the use of personal budgets. I think most of us in this room, probably by the time we are in our 60s, 70s, 80s or whatever and using, if we do have to use social services, we'll be using personal budgets. And I think that will significantly increase the use of telecare and telehealth, because I think most of us in this room will want to, because I speak to service users, carers, will want to stay at home. Therefore, you will use a personal budget, I believe, to purchase telecare and telehealth services.
Thank you, Oliver. Would you like to just quickly?
Very quick follow-on.
Microphone.
What percentage of the population, or how big is the number of people in your catchment areas that are over 85?
Over 85, it's probably about 6,000–7,000 people.
Okay, so the 4,500 that are known to you are more than just the people over 85. So
Yes.
Probably a lot of people who, according to Ms. Kirkwood, would be potentially of interest and have multiple conditions, who might be relevant to telecare as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, telecare is cradle to old age, really. The people I've referred to in terms of the numbers are primarily people over 18 years. Peter is a guy probably in his 40s. Most people with a learning disability or a physical disability or a mental illness tend to use some form of telecare or telehealth, and it's only really the last, I would say, 2 years, maybe 3, that we've seen the older population using that, because traditionally most local economies would place people in residential or nursing care. Well, now they've got a fantastic opportunity to stay at home.
Another question.
Could I follow up?
Yes, right. Matthew, follow up on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that, Dwayne, and I realise that you're the one fielding all the questions at the moment. But question around commissioning of services, and it's particularly in the context of the shift to personal budgets, and what you see the role for local authorities like Halton in terms of the commissioning landscape and how that fits with a more consumer-driven market.
Did you ask? That was a good question, wasn't it? Yeah. Is he allowed to ask that on the panel?
Yes, he is.
I think that's it's tricky waters, that one. I think though, my response to that was, I think personal budgets are a great opportunity. Some of you may be aware that our association has just called for a review, though, of personal budgets for older people, because older people aren't maximising them at the same levels and rate of younger disabled people. But from a commissioning perspective, I think it's going to be really tricky for health and councils, because what we've done traditionally is contract large scale. So we contract home care services, residential care services on a large scale basis. Personal budgets, shoots that out of the water, really. So more people have the opportunity now to purchase whatever they want, really. I still think for the next 3 to 5 years there will be a role for local authorities to ensure that there is good quality and a good architecture in place for contracts for domiciliary care particularly, and a range of other services. But I've got to say after that, my own view is that we'll see a significant watering down of that as we see more people using and accessing personal budgets. And I think then the role for local authorities will be far more around the joint strategic needs assessment and identifying need, and probably less on the contracting side.
I'm conscious that we've been putting all my questions to the right of the table. Is there a non-Dwayne Johnson question that we get out of the audience? The young lady in the middle there, couldn't quite see who that was. Yep, thank you.
Laura Turton from the charity Hearing Link. My question is directed to Tom. When you talked about your 85-plus study, and you talked about the disability slide, was that all physical challenges that they did, or was there any sensory challenges?
We did record data on sensory challenges, and I can't remember the statistics off the top of my head on hearing impairment, but we have those data. But those were a list of 17 what are called IADLs, instrumental activities of daily living. So if someone had a hearing impairment which was not impeding their capacity to do things like shop for themselves, cook for themselves, bathe themselves, manage their finances, and so on, then it would not appear on that list. But you're quite right. The sensory impairment is a major component of people's experience.
Okay, thank you. And the gentleman on the second row, please. Have the microphone here. To your right. There we go.
My name's Ian, I'm a fellow at the Royal Academy. For Tom Pickford's reference, I was born in 1921.
An excellent vintage.
And I've recently taken on a brand new job as the chairman of the Social Science Research Institute, the Dayswood Institute.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's not the student level. Matthew used the term postcode lottery. It's a favourite thing in headlines, just like the burden of the ages is a favourite thing in headlines. It worries me slightly, because if we are going to introduce a variety of technologies, there are going to be many differences between different authorities and different places about the type of innovation and the pace of innovation. And I think we've got to be quite careful to avoid the broad designation of postcode lottery, partly because it becomes so popular.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's a very valid point. But I think it's worth trying to unpick the difference between the postcode lottery in the sense of funding and assessment of need in social care. So people with different levels of need in different parts of the country being offered people with the same level of need in different parts of the country being offered very different amounts of money and or services, and innovation that goes on locally and that occurs in terms of the local markets and according to local demographics. So I think those two things I don't think there's a tension between those two things. I think you can still have local innovation and innovation around the market in a particular area for technology, while having streamlined assessment and provision of funding through social care. So I don't think the two are mutually exclusive or in tension. And I think what it does speak to is the role of commissioning, to go back to my earlier questioning, and whether local authorities can take on that local economy and the local innovation and bring that into the provision of service through their social care, their statutory obligations around social care. So I don't think the two things are mutually exclusive, and I accept the point in terms of phrasing.
In view of the time, I'm going to abuse my privilege as chair and take a request from one of the panel. Tom wants to ask Anita a question, so we'll finish with that, and then we'll break for tea and coffee. And please, could you come back here at 12:10? That is in about 15 minutes after this question has been concluded. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I wanted to, first of all, take a risk, because I'm asking quite a challenging question of Anita while sitting within striking distance of her. But the question, and I'll put it provocatively, is that don't you think that the way that the statistics on health costs are presented as graphs showing increase, with age and increase across time, doesn't actually, I would suggest to you that it's an example of tunnel vision. And the tunnel vision is that when we look at the data in that way, we're not looking in a sufficiently informed way at what is actually lying behind these patterns. Very crudely, if you look at an individual's lifetime healthcare cost profile, you sort of tick along during the healthy middle years of life, then maybe things go up a little bit. But when you become really, really expensive is in your last illness or illnesses. Someone once told me that in the United States, 90% of an individual's healthcare expenditure is incurred during their last 6 months of life. Now, if you take that and I accept it's extreme, what it means is, because everybody is living to older and older ages, and the majority of us are now dying old, all that expensive stuff is counted into the later years of life. So it's not actually a consequence of living longer, it's just that people are dying later. And the reason the costs are ramping up is really not driven by population aging nearly so much as it is driven by the fact that medicine just does more. It becomes expensive. Now, to be more sophisticated, you would say that maybe there's the cheap stuff when you're reasonably healthy. Then there's a period when you cost a little bit more while you've got chronic diseases, which are managed, for the most part, at relatively modest costs, things like hypertension, diabetes, while it's well managed. And still it's the dying bit that is hugely expensive. And until we develop the sophistication to analyze healthcare expenditure profiles taking account of that, we can't ask the right kind of questions. In the news today, we've heard that NICE has approved expenditure on quite an expensive drug to extend survival in prostate cancer sufferers by 3 months. Well, they're quite eye-watering costs, even at the reduced price of the drug. And I'm not saying it shouldn't happen. If I had prostate cancer, I would certainly want it to happen. But we're driven all the time to want to do more and do more and do more and spend more and spend more and spend more. And we're confusing the issues of population aging with the desire for medicine to do more and more for us.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. A lot to answer there.
Yeah, no. So actually, I think they're really, really important points. So in terms of the analysis that we're looking at the costs over the next 10 years, we do look at the costs incurred at the end of life, and the number of deaths that there are going to be during a period is very important. We are faced with the prospect of quite a rising number of deaths for the very good reason, thankfully, that after the First World War cohort had worked its way through, we lost a generation of men. And now we hit a period where the number of men who have managed to survive in order to die in older age is increasing. So there is, I think, we haven't talked about it today. We've talked about ageing today, not about dying. There is a real need in health and social care to look at what constitutes a good death. There's a lot of research about what a bad death is, and very many people have a bad death, and a bad death is dreadful for them, it's dreadful for everyone who cares for them, and it probably costs more. And so there is obviously a very clear opportunity, very rare, to do something which improves the position for individuals and their carers and is better value for money. And that undoubtedly does cost quite a lot. We don't spend anywhere near as much on dying in the UK as they do in America, but it's very significant. It nevertheless is the case, though, that at whatever age you die, there is a real issue about whether healthy life expectancy is it is increasing in line with life expectancy, and whether or not the impact of chronic disease in the years before that final stage of life can be reduced. And that's obviously a combination of prevention, both primary and secondary, and the rising obesity is a real challenge there, and underlying diabetes figures almost certainly. But also the model of care we have, and the medicalisation and the hospitalisation rates there are real issues. Interestingly, I don't think medical technologies in the classic sense of drugs is driving that. So we're actually entering a period where the number of new drugs, sadly, despite all the excitement around genomics, it has fallen. So in the 1990s, we were seeing about 50 chemical entities typically enter the market a year. We're down to 30, and pipelines look very depressing, which is, I mean, it's not the topic of today, but I think it's quite baffling. And a lot of the big expensive drugs are coming off patent. So we're actually enjoying potentially a number of years, for some good reasons and some bad reasons, where drug costs are a lesser pressure on the NHS.
But we're now coming into our second session, which is technology in the home. And I'd like to welcome Professor Peter Gore, Managing Director of ADL Smart Care here in Sheffield, to talk about staying at home, the need for assistive technologies. Thank you.
Okay. So, first question, is staying at home a good idea for older people? Well, the truth is that more than 80% of people, that's where they would choose to stay as they get older. And as I hope to prove, it's actually cheaper than going anywhere else. So focusing on costs, which is really what we're about, although we're talking about technology, we are talking about how to manage the costs. So it is a popular choice. These are some of the main reasons why people choose to go into residential care. And actually, I wouldn't choose to have a fall or a fracture, and I wouldn't choose to have an acute illness. So actually, the people that are choosing to go into residential care, that's actually quite a low number. The loneliness one at the bottom we'll cover in a minute. And as Tom mentioned, the Newcastle 85 Plus study, I think, if I remember rightly, there were only about 10% of those people were actually in residential care, which, when I tell people that statistic, that's not what most people think about over 85-year-olds. Now, of course, that could be unusual to Newcastle, but it's not. So there you go. So staying home is less expensive. So here's why. So residential care, nominally the sort of mean of the different areas around the country means it's about £25,000 a year to stay in residential care. If there's a nursing component to that, that goes up about another 9,000. These are lovely headlines from the papers, and frankly, I don't know how true some of these figures are, but they give you a rough idea. So this was an article in the Guardian saying that it's going to cost you £7,000 a year to stay at home. The Daily Mail likes to up that a bit, so it said it was £10,000, but at the same time, so interesting where they got the stats. But the point is really that the cost of staying at home, even if it's high, is significantly lower than the alternatives. So the question is, what can we do about that? Where's the role of technology? And as a technologist, I want to state right at the beginning that technology is only an enabler. So actually, if we're not all pulling at the same rate at the same time, great shot, isn't it? Then actually it just goes around in circles, or we hit the other boat. We all saw what happened when that happened earlier on in the year. So actually technology is very, very important, but it must be integrated in the other things that we do. So benefits of assistive technology. Well, the obvious one is functional restoration. Perhaps slightly less obvious, but still perhaps a bit more obvious, is reducing the care needs and potentially the carer burden. Perhaps even less obvious is the fact that actually it slows deterioration, so I'll provide you some evidence on that. And actually it can also maintain people's support network, and that's really important, and we'll see why that's true in a minute. So we're just going to go through these quickly, and then I'll show you, these are the positive things, and then I'll show you some of the challenges. So this is just a quote from a layman, basically, about what is assistive technology, just in case there's any debate about that, and it's just about helping people do things that they otherwise couldn't do, or it would be very difficult. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare actually did a kind of survey of all the research they could find around this. And they said that people were using simple aids and adaptations were actually more able, if you like, and stayed more able than people that used care or people that used care as well, which is actually quite surprising. Reducing care needs. Home care will cost you, if you have 30 minutes a day, 7 days a week, that will cost you in 5 years about £15,000, £16,000. If it's basic things where equipment can help, that might be just £100 worth of equipment. We all espouse, we talked about telecare, and some of these fancy technologies are really important, can deliver lots of benefits, but sometimes it's just really, really simple stuff like walking sticks, like glasses for those of us that can't see without them, and stuff like that. But actually, the cost effectiveness of equipment can be absolutely huge. But there are downsides, so we'll make sure we cover that too. But basically, you can pay for home care in almost no time with the use of simple equipment. Also, just a piece of research here, a retrospective study of nearly 2,500 Americans, I think they were, showed that those that did have assistive technology, on average, had just under 4 hours less of care a week. So, yes, actually, using assistive technology does reduce the need for care. So now let's talk about the slowing deterioration, because I find this quite interesting, because actually it makes assistive technology a health issue, which we don't normally think of. These are, I know you can't read the small print, but this was a RCT done in the States by a chap called Bill Mann, who had a control group, intervention group. The control group got basic safety measures like grab rails and stuff like that. The intervention group got whatever assistive technology they wanted. And he followed them functionally over a period of 18 months. But as he knew as an OT, you wouldn't get OTs agreeing which was the right tool. He used 9 different tools. And this is what happens. All the ones with smiley faces are where people declined less in the intervention group compared to the control group. And on average, it was about 10%. So actually, just the access to assistive technology slows down people's functional decline. So let's put some numbers around that. This was done in the VA system, I think, in the States, where they were able to follow all the costs, both in their equivalent of health and social care. And again, you won't see all the differences, but it was, and this is part of our challenge, there were lots of different silos that get touched by the benefits. So, the number of nurse visits was lower, OT visits, number of care hours, but there are a variety of different disciplines around the left-hand side that were affected by that, and generally they were much lower. Put a figure on it for you. I've inflated it and turned it into pounds, just upped it for inflation. He found in his RCT that it saved, simple assistive technology saved about £10,000 per person per year. These are staggering numbers. I can take you to places where their waiting list is 800 people. That's £8 million worth of extra health costs a year because we've got a waiting list. So these are staggering figures, even though the technology seems so simple and so inexpensive. Maintaining the support network. I've done some work around this recently and discovered some really quite interesting things that I hadn't understood. So actually, technically, it's not social isolation that kills, it's self-perceived loneliness, but it's good enough. It's the same basic idea. It's reckoned by a chap called House, who's done a lot of research on this in the States, that self-perceived loneliness is as significant a health issue as smoking. And yet, so one of the challenges for the technologists is to make sure we enable people to stay connected and we don't introduce technologies that disconnect them from their support networks. So we actually just move one problem into another area. So this is really important, and there are all kinds of offerings that are starting to address this and connect people in ways that are quite imaginative, like hooking TVs into SMSs so the grandkids can text granny without having to have a phone and all this kind of stuff. So what are some of the challenges? Well, I think they come in about 5 different areas, and we've started to hear a little bit of this already this morning. So there are issues around the design of the technology. We would argue there are issues around how people get the technology, which ones that they have. There are issues about the whole sort of logistics of how people get access to that equipment, and also about how we evaluate whether we have had the impact that we thought we were going to. So I'll take these areas one at a time again. And so when we talk about design, so answers on a postcard, if you know how to use that phone in an emergency, let me know. This is the opposite of what we hope to have. This is exclusive design. Nobody can use this. I'm going to talk about inclusive design, which is about everybody being able to use it. And the best answer to this, I've heard incidentally, is 112. But good luck with that when you're in a panic. So these are the kinds of challenges. So believe it or not, there's an American site called AirPoo, which has got a fancy toilet that washes you and does all of that other kind of stuff. It's got a docking station for your iPad, or whatever. And you can also put your iPod on the top and play music through it. It's got a heated seat. And I just wonder whether this is actually really where the core of our problems are, even though toileting is actually a significant problem for some people. But I'm not quite convinced that's the right answer, but if you're interested, go on airpoo.com. This was something, I think it was an Age UK piece of research that said basically older people, they don't want different products. They don't want specially designed products. They just want products that are like everybody else's, look nice, and solve those problems. And this is a really good example. This is what Tom talked about, the Voice North group. They're involved in this. This is one of the members of Voice North, where they designed a bench that everybody can use. But it's got the arms, so you can get up from there, but you can hang your shopping bags. Well, you don't have to be over 65 to have a shopping bag. People look at it and they go, well, what's special about that? Well, there you go, there's the point. So older people can use it, they can get up from it, they find it easy to use, but apart from the blue, which I'm not very keen on, it doesn't actually sort of create an issue, it's just something that everybody can use. This is mounted, I think it's still mounted outside one of our buildings at Newcastle. So just using older people to be quite creative about how we answer some of these things. And I found this recently, a couple of weeks back. I bet you didn't think somebody could reinvent the walking stick. Well, they did. It's a Liverpool art graduate, I think, who, so this is a carbon fibre walking stick, but if you can't get up from your chair because there are no arms, you hook it round your leg, use your knee, and lever yourself up. So you've now got a standing aid built into your walking stick. Now, it's £300, and everybody goes, well, that's ridiculous, I've got a walking stick for 10. But you can't carry around a standing aid with you. So by the time you've taken one of those to all the different places you go, or you've got somebody to help you, actually this doesn't look like such a bad economic idea. And she's only just launched, literally just launched it. But I love, and it's quite provocative in the design community, actually. But I love that different kind of thinking. And I've never seen a reinvented walking stick before. So if we're going to have a shower and we can't stand up, this is what you'll get. Or perhaps, would that be a bit better? So that's doing exactly the same thing functionally, those little things folding down that you can see, so they tuck up out of the way or they fold down. So that's brilliant. That's somebody really thinking about how we can create something that everybody can use, but it's great for people that might not be able to stand very long enough. The problem is when we go and we push these ideas out into the mass market is there are things that we've learned in this industry that they haven't quite twigged yet. And one of the things is that there is actually a British standard for technical aids where people have identified that actually There's no easy way of putting this, but to put it simply, people get their bits caught in the gaps. So there's a standard for what that gap is. Now, I did my best to scale this from the tile size and all the rest of it. I'm pretty sure that gap's about 11 mil, so that falls foul of the standard. But if you want to go in front of a judge and say, oh, the person's not disabled and they don't have entrapment problems, good luck with that. So I think actually that the industry that understands some of these issues, these specific issues people have an enormous amount to teach the more general market, but we do need to kind of engage with each other. And in fact, the SALT project, which I think, I can't remember if anybody's mentioned it, but Paul's involved with that, where Paul's speaking later, and Paul runs SIDE, they're actually looking at some of these aspects, looking at how you involve people better in the design process, and I'll talk about them again in a minute. This is what we do as a business, so I'll talk about this briefly because I think we've got something to add. So the traditional approach, if you've got a need, you go to your local authority, whatever, and they screen you for eligibility and send you somewhere else if you don't meet their eligibility criteria, which the vast majority of people don't now. And those that are eligible will have home visits, which we've done a lot of different sums now for a lot of different authorities. A referral is roughly £380, and an average full-time equivalent in the local authority will see a little over 100 people a year, and that's including all their overhead and managers and all the rest of it. So that's the system, that's what we use, that's how we reach people. Of course, the numbers of people that would like some advice are going up. So what we did was we developed with a bunch of professionals a system where basically it's more like £15, they can help themselves if they want to go online. We run 21.7 trillion scenarios around bathing. It was sad that I worked that out, but I'm a sad person. So all of that stuff's kind of embedded into our systems, and you can screen people, you can bring them into clinics instead of doing home visits. That costs £80 instead of £380. Now, you're not going to fix everybody. There's still going to be 60% of those people that maybe need a home visit. But what's the bottom line? We can save 10 to 20%. So we need to think, rethink. We say we don't have any more money. Yes, we do. We're just spending it in old ways, and maybe we just need to rethink. And of course, the beauty about computerised systems is they don't go to sleep. We get people, I think last Christmas Day, so about 9:30 on Christmas Day, somebody went and did an assessment. Well, if you can get an OT to come round, good luck. So just a different way. Now, why should we look at the assessment process? Why is there any evidence for a need for change? Well, again, this was the review of all the research that the Australians did. And they said, why do people, and the evidence is that there is a lot of abandonment of this technology, so people get it and then don't use it. Why? Well, because of poor feature matching, prescription practices. They talk about not hearing the express needs of people, and the truth is that we've run out of money. So we aren't going to be able to create more assessors, so we've got to find new ways of doing it. And we've raised the bar anyway, so all the people that would have benefited from prevention, by and large, have been left on their own. I should say, actually, Halton's a notable exception to that, just for the record. So just about the provision of assistive technology quickly then. We're still buying this stuff as one-offs and having it shipped to a store for somebody to collect. There's no wonder this stuff's expensive, and there's no wonder not very many people carry it, if that's the kind of... Now, UPS will tell you where your parcel is, what bin it is on their van now, and can reschedule it. And yet, actually, this industry is stuck in the kind of, we might use the internet one day. So we do have some challenges here. And I'll go through this quickly, but it also means there's limited choice because we don't get the volumes. And the Department of Health has done things, Transforming Community Equipment Services Initiative. We run something called the National Catalogue for them, so standard specifications, so people can have a prescription, have choice and so on. And a number of local authorities are trying to open their markets up as well, and encourage local markets. So quickly on evaluation of assistive technology. And Tom actually challenged me on this quite recently, so this is my first response to this. So the truth is that actually a lot about, I mean, it depends who you go to, where you look, what the type of assistive technology is. I've seen figures of 80% abandonment, but typically 40 to 50% is what people talk about. And we actually shouldn't really be surprised. We have £52 billion worth of gadgets sat in our cupboards. Of course, there is a difference between the gadget that does my diary appointment or does a reminder, and the thing that actually allows me to get up and down the stairs or to bathe myself. So we're not talking about the same kinds of things. But it's not a technology problem either. So around 50% of hypertension drugs aren't used. And we spend billions on drugs and all the rest of it, so it's a real challenge. But when you look at the research that's done into this and trying to understand all of that, and we are beginning to understand some of the things that go on, but actually we do very, very little of that in the UK. And in fact, we are doing some work at Newcastle specifically around why older people do or don't adopt technologies, particular technologies. Of course, they do adopt technologies. Most of them have got TVs. Huge numbers have got TVs. It's just a simple technology now, but it's not inside. So just one sort of parting gesture, because I'm just about out of time, and he's going to tell me that in a minute. This is one of Garth's favourite things that he quotes from the past, where engineers came to the rescue. So that's not somebody's tonsils, that's a Victorian sewer. And in 1853, nearly 11,000 Londoners died of cholera. They didn't realise that it was waterborne because the Thames was a sewer and they drank out of the Thames, but they didn't realise the connection. And then there was something called the Great Stink of 1858. And it was finally enough. And I just wonder whether actually where we are with all the financial challenges, is this the Great Stink of 2012? And actually there's an opportunity for us to go, and of course I would say engineers, wouldn't I? But it's not just engineers. They got a top engineer in, and he built 2,200 miles of sewers to serve 2.5 million people. That was his brief. It was 4 by the time he finished 9 years later. Today it's been extended, but it serves 8 million people. That was a huge success. That had massive, massive impact. So engineers have a history of this. Can we afford something better? I think we can. And these are just a summary of some of the points, really. If we tackle some of these things, I'm not saying there's enough money in the pot for everything. What I am saying is we could do smarter things, we can use smarter technologies, work together, and probably get a lot more out of our money than we do. And then who knows, maybe we'll have a better future. I love that one. Who knows? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pam. I'll now invite Professor Paul Watson from Newcastle University, the Digital Institute, to talk to us about what new technologies are coming over the horizon. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank everyone for inviting me today. We've already heard about the SIDE project from a couple of talks from Tom and Peter, and the work I'm going to talk about comes from SIDE, which stands for Social Inclusion Through the Digital Economy. So this is a project which is focused on looking at the issue of whether new digital technologies can actually make a difference to people's lives. And we mainly focus on older people, but we also have work on people with disabilities as well as younger people on the margins of society. I was asked to focus on technology, and I'll do that, but I do want to say that we don't believe that technology is the only solution to the problem. So SIDE has a very multidisciplinary team. We have sociologists, we have experts on e-business, we have people who are experts on working with users. So all of our work is done as a co-production with users, and Tom mentioned the Years Ahead group that's run from his centre at Newcastle, and they're a key part of our work. So in the initial stages of what we do, we talk to users, describe what we might do in terms of our research, and get feedback from them. Then we produce prototypes and get feedback on that, and eventually produce very robust prototypes which live with the users for a long period of time, so we collect evidence as to whether or not what we're doing will actually make a difference to them. So, when I was asked to speak about technology, I thought there's probably three that our experience over the last few years suggests are going to be really important in the future. And the first one is sensors. So, sensors are just ways of collecting data, but over the last few years it's become this plethora of different sorts of sensors. Their size has decreased dramatically because of mobile technologies becoming really prominent, such as mobile phone technologies, and the amount of different sorts of things you can measure become is dramatically increased. And so an example of the use of sensors is what you want to do is you want to shine a light in some dark corner where you're not really sure what people are doing, what their behaviour is, what their activities are, whereas if you could find that information, it would really help you to then think about how to address some of their needs. And this is an example of that. So this comes from some medics at Newcastle who are interested in people with particular sorts of disorders where the effects of those disorders can be reduced by exercise. So this includes cardiovascular disease, obesity, and some forms of diabetes. And if you go into a clinic and you have one of these problems, then the doctor will have to ask you questions about, well, how much exercise do you get? And what sort of exercise is it? And between us, we can all imagine as to how accurate the answers to those questions might really be. And it's really important to know the answers because if you get an accurate picture, then you could really personalise the care that you could give to somebody. So this was an attempt to try and use sensors to improve the situation. So what I'll do is I thought I'd show you a movie to have an idea of what we do. So if this works. Anything happening? Open with. Try a quick turn. So this worked when I tested before. Let's have a look. Get it up with another something else. I'll try Windows Media Player. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, there we are. So this is so what this is a triaxial accelerometer. So triaxial accelerometers measure acceleration in 3 different axes, and it's packaged as a watch. And the idea is the patient would come to the clinic and they'd be asked to put on the watch and to wear it for a week. And at the end of the week, they would go back into the clinic, it would be plugged into a computer, and the data would be sucked off it and analysed. And when we built this, what I wanted to do was to show this video, and I wanted a model for the video. So I asked my 20-something researchers if they could think of somebody who was perhaps getting on a bit, perhaps needed some help, who could model this. So we'll see now this person in a second. So here they are coming down the stairs. This is outside one of our labs, and going in through the door. So there we are. And what we'll do is we'll show it again, and I'll just pause this. And so at the bottom of the screen, you can see the 3 traces from the 3 axes of the accelerometer. And you can immediately see some things. For example, you can see the green, graph, which is actually the amplitude of it. You can see is larger to the left than it is to the right-hand side. And that's because, as we run it along, you can see that once I get to the bottom of the stairs, then I'm doing less work, there's less effort required to walk on the flat than to walk downstairs, and so you can see there's a difference in the traces that we get. So just from this, we can analyse this, we can get information about how much exercise people are doing and the type of exercise. We can tell the difference between walking upstairs, along the flat, downstairs, doing lots of other activities. So we'll move on to another example of the sort of thing that I do at work, and we'll see some examples here. So here we are. So reading the paper and drinking, picking the paper up again. So you might think that, what can we learn from this? But actually, this is quite useful. So one of the problems that older people have is that if they stop being able to manipulate objects, so if their grip starts to fail them, but actually you can see here that when I grip this cup, you can see there's quite a spike there, so you can get an indication of the level of grip that I have, the level with which I'm able to manipulate objects. And then as I pick this cup up and take it to my lips, you can see there's a little bit of tremor there. So we do work with people with Parkinson's disease, and so you can get an indication there as to how much tremor that they have. And if you knew when they took particular drugs, for example, that as a clinician you might have given them to try and reduce the amount of tremor, you could see the effect of those drugs over a period of time. You might see as the day went on that the amount of tremor increased, and so that might allow you to personalise the type of drug you gave them and also the strength of the drug and how often they should take it. Okay, so we'll finish with that for now. So those are sensors. Come on to this next slide here. So the next technology actually relates to what we want to do in order to analyse the data. So basically we're going to collect the data from these watches after a week, but we're going to give them back to the patient and send them off again for another week and collect the data again, and that allows us to do longitudinal studies where you can see differences over time. We can also compare different sorts of patients, so using algorithms we can cluster these results together. When a new patient presents themselves, we can tell, oh yes, they're like this other the patients in this cluster that we already know about. We know the types of things which work for them, therefore that's the regime which we'll give to this new patient. But you can see there's also other things we can do by analysing the data. So sleep, for example. So using the watch, you can get information about how well people are sleeping, how deep their sleep is. Stability on their feet as well. So we've got this hope that you can measure people's instability. So before they had a catastrophic fall, you'll be able to see the signs that they were swaying more as they walked. So the hope here is that we can add new analysis routines over time and glean more and more information which will allow us to help people. In order to do that, of course, you need to store and analyse the data that you collect. And one of the interesting things that Tom said in his talk was about this potential which was largely unrealised by businesses to exploit the opportunities in healthcare for older people. Now, one of the barriers for that is if you're trying to deliver services digitally, then typically if you've ever, I'm sure a lot of you have written a business plan to a VC to try and get funded to do something like this, then what you're doing is you're saying, well, per user we're only going to get a small amount of money, but we're going to have a large number of users. So maybe 10,000, 100,000 users who are going to use this system, and a small amount of money times that sort of gearing ratio means you've got a profitable business. But in order to do that, then we need the computing capacity to store and analyse those large amounts of data. And so you go to the VC and you ask for £250,000, £500,000 for a computer system like this one, plus perhaps 60k a year for the man in the Star Trek t-shirt who's going to install them and look after them and make sure that they keep running. And so this is a barrier, of course, to getting going with these sorts of systems. But things are changing in a very, I think, a very interesting way. So the second technology I'm going to talk about is cloud computing. So cloud computing came about because companies like Microsoft, Google, Amazon started to build huge data centers. So you can see one here. This is near Seattle. It's owned by Microsoft. It's about the size of 10 St. James's Parks, or is it sportsdirect.com stadiums, I think I'm supposed to say now. And within that, you've got about 100,000 computers within that one facility. Microsoft have got about 10 of these spread all around the world. And actually, if you look in them, I thought I'd show you this picture, you can't see any computers at all, because it's more economic for them to pay third-party companies to fill shipping containers with computers, and then they just bring them in on lorries, plug them into the power and air conditioning, and away they go. So why is this exciting? Well, the reason that Microsoft and Google and so on built these systems is that they needed large amounts of computer power to deliver the services which generate them most of their revenue. So Google, for example, gets most of its revenue from search, and it needs a system so that it copies every web page it can find on the whole of the World Wide Web, analyzes it to pull out the keywords and to analyze the structure of the connections, the links between those pages, so that when you type keywords into Google, you can get an answer back in a fraction of a second. And they realized that having gone to the trouble of building these large data centres, they could also earn revenue by renting out time on them to external users. And interestingly, what they did was, rather than something which might be more traditional, which is to say, well, you can have a long-term contract, so if you pay so much up front, you can have a year's worth of time for so many machines. They decided to do it on a pay-as-you-go basis, a bit like a mobile phone contract. So you can grab machines, anybody with a credit card can go and grab machines over the internet, and you pay per hour. You pay per hour for CPU usage, and you pay per month for storage of data. And it's something like 10p an hour for a CPU. And so what that means is that if you start with these sorts of services, and this is how we run the service, such as the one that you've seen to analyse the data from the watches, you just need, say, 1 or 2 machines just to keep things ticking over, but you just design your software so that if you do get lots more users, you've got lots more data to store, lots more analysis to do on that data, then you just grab more machines as you need them, you pay as you go for those, as soon as you finish dealing with them, then you give them back and stop paying for them. So you've got a very natural scalability, not just in terms of computer power, but also in terms of the business model, because of course if you've got more users, you should be getting more revenue, and therefore you shouldn't mind paying more to Microsoft or Google or whoever. So this is, I think, a real change in the way in which companies are going to be able to launch new businesses. It's completely different to the old model where you had to go and get a lot of capital up front from VCs. And this is what we do, as I've said. So we store and analyse all that data in the cloud. So we don't have any of our own machines which we use for this. Now, the third technology, which I'll cover briefly, is the idea of pervasive computing. So a lot of us, when we think about using computers, we think about going to a laptop or an iPad or perhaps a mobile phone and directly interacting with it. Pervasive computing is computing in the background. It's the sort of sci-fi notion that computers are around us, they're monitoring what they do, they try to identify opportunities to help us, and only if they can do that do they cut in and actually carry out some action. And this is some work that's been going on at Newcastle for a few years, which is really to explore the role of pervasive computing in trying to allow people to live in their own homes for as long as possible. And it came about because of some early work on ethnography with couples with dementia. So this was an example where you have 2 people living together, and one of them has early stage dementia, and the other person, their partner, does not. And if you analyse their conversations, then what you find, so this is the person with dementia trying to make a cup of coffee, and this is their partner prompting them through the stages that are needed to make a cup of coffee. So the person with dementia sets off, they get the kettle, they fill it, they switch it on, but then they've forgotten what they need to do next. So their partner prompts them, and so on it goes on like this. So therefore the question for the mathematicians and computer scientists and others in the project is, well, imagine that the person with dementia was living alone, that there was not a partner who could prompt them. Could you replace that partner, this aspect of prompting, with a computer system? And so therefore allow that person with dementia to live longer safely in their own home. And it turns out to be a very hard problem, and it's a work in progress, but I'll show you where we're up to with it, again with another movie, if this one works. Okay. So there's a bit of sound with this one, and I'll keep stopping it. So to explain what's going on, in fact, I think we're starting towards the end, so I was about to ruin the ending for you, but there we go. We'll start again at the beginning. Okay, so what's happening here is that, so this is quite traditional sort of assistive technology where it's quite easy to put sensors on doors. So this one's on the refrigerator to tell when somebody's actually in the kitchen and doing something. So the sensor on the left, you can see they've opened the door, and they're taking some foodstuffs out of it to do some cooking with. We have floor trackers at the moment, so you can work out where somebody is in the kitchen, which is useful working out what they want to do. Now, one of the things that there's a lot of work on in our lab is trying to work out, if you take things out of the fridge, what have you actually taken out? And that's a much harder problem than it may seem, because with things like, so there's a box of eggs there, you put an RFID tag, a little tag that we can detect when they take it out and they put it on the counter. but what if it's an onion, for example? You can't go around and stick RFID tags on every onion. So we're looking at things like visual systems which use cameras which do image recognition to work out when people use things like fruit and vegetables. Once you've done that, then what this tablet is doing is it's working out which recipes could you cook using those things which are being taken out of the refrigerator, and the person just flips up and it appears on the wall at the back of the kitchen. So they've then got a visual prompt. You can see that when they open the drawer, again, the system could detect that. So this is where the clever technology comes in. So using those accelerometers that I told you about earlier that were in the watches, what we can do is we sent somebody to John Lewis to buy some knives and other utensils, and then we cut the handles off them, and we've got a 3D printer, so we can remake a handle with a hole in that the accelerometer that you saw earlier can fit into. And because of that, once you've got an accelerometer in, then you can see on the left, you can get these patterns when people are actually using the utensils. And where we're up to at the moment is that part is largely cracked. So there's a clever PhD student who's worked out using software so that if you have a knife, you can tell the difference between chopping, slicing, dicing, peeling, coring, and so on, all the different things that you can do. And you can do it with spoons and forks and so on as well. So here's the onion being cut, and you can see the particular actions there. Now, I'll stop that there. You can hear the prompt. Now, here on this video, all the prompts are going on all the time. They wouldn't be in a real system. This is just for a demonstration. Though you would just get those prompts if people had actually got stuck and needed help, because obviously it would be quite irritating to be prompted all the time if you didn't need it. So, and you can see the cheese grater as well can pick up the vibrations. Okay, so someone's going to make a cheese omelette. This is a good one to have before lunch. It'll get everybody going out feeling hungry. Salt and pepper again. So the whisk, again, with an accelerometer in it, you can see the characteristic signs, and again, the system can work out what they're doing. So this is what's happening. So if you want to know what's behind the scenes, so the sensors in the kitchen go up to a cloud. There's that activity recognition, which is working out the micro actions, such as the whisking or the use of the knife. And then this is the hard bit. So this is the bit that people are still working on at Newcastle and Dundee. So you need a mathematical model of the tasks that you might want to do in a kitchen, and the system has to then match from those micro actions, such as somebody taking an onion and cooking it and cutting it, to some longer term tasks, so the system knows where you are within that task, and when you get stuck, it knows what the next thing you should do is, and it can prompt you to do it. And that's where the difficult part is. So just to end, so the idea of SIDE is that we see lots of potential in new technologies, and I hope you've seen some of that in what we've done. But there's a lot more research needed to realise that potential, which is why we have our research project. And all the videos and information about the project in general is on the web at www.side.ac.uk. Okay, thank you.
What I'd like to do, to start off with, is introduce Mike. Mike's from the Technology Strategy Board, the TSB, and since its foundation, TSB has been very strongly involved in the support of assistive care through the ALIP initiative first, and then all the things that have flowed on from that. So I'll leave it to Mike to tell us all about those. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I've got that tricky after lunch slot, so if you're not back from lunch, put your hand up. It's one of those, right? So I was originally asked to talk, and thank you, because I know things got scheduled so that I could be here. And the first thing I was asked was, does it work? And I think they meant it as in assistive technology, or you could even say IT, I suppose. I then suggested, well, how can innovation help us live independently? I was coming up and I thought, actually, does it work? Might be a good idea. And I think, to summarise, yes, technology and innovation can help us live independently. I should declare I'm a physicist by background, so there's always a but, and we do have work to do. So what I wanted to do was to talk to you about what we're up to and how we think we might be able to help. So a few words about our interest in this area, a bit of information on what we're doing, and then a summary, and maybe we can take questions. Given that we've started maybe a little bit late, I'm either going to overrun or underrun, depending on whether our next speaker arrives, I suppose. So for those of you who don't know the Technology Strategy Board, we're the UK's innovation agency. So where we all keep talking about the fact that we need to rebalance our economy, and we're all very good at inventing things, but how do we actually drive it through and to create the wealth from all of the great work that goes on in the UK, we're there to try and do that bit. So we're not the sort of research council, blue sky end of things. We're actually trying to generate pound notes that can go back into the economy. So the Treasury give us money. It comes via Department for Business, Innovation and Skills. We then invest it wisely to then effectively create UK wealth, which can then get ploughed back into the economy and as you pay your taxes. So we support all types of business. We do also fund, about a third of our money actually goes to universities as well. So we're at the applied research end, trying to connect the universities and businesses together. We like to think of it as, if we can't help you in another way, we'll fund you. So what we like to think is most of us come from a business background. About 180 people now working for the organisation, something like 12 to 1,500 years business experience within that organisation, and we like to think that we've actually got contacts or hopefully an approach that will actually be of use without funding, and then if that doesn't work, maybe a little bit of money might help as well. So we've talked quite a bit this morning about trying to move past thinking of ageing as a problem. We see it as an opportunity. So the Apollo 13, immortal words, Houston, we have a problem. We think it's Houston, we have an opportunity. In actual fact, I couldn't get an Apollo 13 picture. That's actually Apollo 11. But the interesting thing with that, though, is when we talk about the change in demographics, so the baby boomers, widely accepted as 1946 through to 1964, so in which case the bulge that's coming through and retiring over the next few years, and baby boomers have now reached 65 and on, they saw that take off. So that kind of puts it in context. So we do think it's an opportunity, not a problem. Again, there was discussion this morning. I thought some of the stuff from Tom that was really excellent, as we'd expect. But it is more human capital, and we've got to remember that. That's an increase in labour resource. It's an increase in knowledge resource, and it's also an increase in social resource. Somebody who recently retired, who's does some work with us on some of the European stuff, he said he was told when he retired, remember, you've still got something to contribute, but anything you get involved with, you bring wisdom, not effort, which I thought was quite interesting. So, let's make the most of the human capital, and we saw that curve earlier, and the mental capital and well-being. There's a lot of people don't just hit a certain age and then stop being able to contribute. How can we recognise that? But it's not, absolutely not, about working people until they drop either. It's about how do you have an inclusive society where people can contribute. So that means that our challenge is actually how do we bring all that together and help people to stay healthy and engage with society. If we look at some of the stuff, some of the statistics we've already seen this morning, which puts some of this already more in context, but just a quick whistle stop. So for people age 50 plus, and whether you like it or not, Department of Health definition, after 50 you are officially old. That's not my news, that's them that use that definition. But 50 plus spent £276 billion in 2008. That's about 44% of UK family spending. So yes, there's an awful lot of issues in this space. Yes, we've got a care system that's under a lot of pressure. Yes, we've got a lot of older adults that are actually struggling with fuel poverty, etc. But there is also some affluence there. Now, it might be that they're capital rich and income poor, but there is some wealth there. If you then look at this, I mean, this is preaching to the converted, 109 billion spent on health and care, this is 06-07, 34 billion on over 65s, and we talked earlier about how much of that was in last year of life. 70 to 80%, depending on who you talk to, but from an England perspective, is associated with long-term conditions. And we saw earlier that, as you get older, the chance of having none, and according to Newcastle, we're all going to have one, and we saw that with 1,000 older adults. The thing here I should say as well, Technology Strategy Board, we're a UK innovation agency, so we're as interested in England as we are in Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. So we cover all of that, which is interesting in itself when you look at assisted living, because we've got different health and social care systems. just even with across England, but then obviously that's devolved. We've got different political approaches. We're trying to cover all of that. Now, I'm always one for trying to make a merit out of adversity. So the way I think of that is that if we can crack it in the UK, given that there's a myriad of systems across Europe and the world, and this is a global market, if we can sort it, if we can, as the New York song goes, if we can make it here, we'll make it anywhere, right? So that's, I think, the way we need to look at this. If we think about long-term care, and we heard some of that stuff earlier from Pam as well, that is, seeing a nearly 100% increase across the EU over the sort of next 50 years. On the European side, I should declare an interest as well. So I'll mention something shortly about something called ambient assisted living. I'm actually the president of that association as well, which is a 23-country, 25-partner organisation. And one of the reasons we got involved in that, and I got involved with it personally, is UK is seen to be one of the leaders in this field. So we can either sit outside and say, well, we're doing really, really good, and tell everyone else how to do it, or we can engage with that, help drive the agenda, and attack that business opportunity. So that's the reason we got involved. So the Assisted Living Innovation Platform, trying to meet the demand for independent living, improve quality of life. It's about making our lives better, and it is our lives. We were talking about what does old mean earlier, and the best definition I've heard of old recently was old is 20 years older than I currently am, whoever I or one currently is. We think that that can be done through the innovation and application of technology, and that's going to open these new markets and opportunities. And that's why we're interested, because we're trying to create UK wealth. We want to help people as well, but we are also base capitalists at the same time. One of the things with an innovation platform is it's not all about our money. So we're not just trying to spend technology strategy board money. When we have an innovation platform, it's a nominal commitment of £50 million over 5 years, so nominally £10 million a year. We're actually now in year 5, and just starting. I'll come on to some of the things we have been doing, but we've also been working with others. So EPSRC here today, also ESRC, we've been co-funding stuff, because it's about connecting things together. And if we can do that, and people can fund their relevant parts of the landscape, we can build supply chains and take things from there. We've also heard this morning about 3 million lives. So if we say that we're about there now, I'm just going to take a quick retrospective. If you go back to 06, 07, probably more of an England thing, but was actually a bit wider than that, there was the Preventative Technology Grant, which some would say got used better or worse in some places than others. We've heard about the whole system demonstrator. That has been providing the clinical evidence, and we saw the headline findings of that earlier, and more to come through peer review shortly. About the same time that got going, we put together the Assisted Living Innovation Platform. And one of the things that Tim Ellis, who was leading that program at the time, sort of making things happen, he said, well, if you could just make it better and cheaper. And we thought, actually, that's not a bad thing. But we kind of took that to heart and said, actually, better, cheaper, more desirable actually might be the way to go. And then the thing that we've been doing, and we'll be talking more about at our showcase in a couple of weeks, is Dallas, which is delivering assisted living lifestyles at scale. And what we wanted to do was think about how do we take that learning, how do we take those clinical findings, how do we take the technology development, and how do we roll that out at scale? And for us, we saw 10,000 as a minimum as a stepping point. But it was a stepping point. It's not a pilot. It's just a way of thinking about how do we embed this as change for the way we should do stuff. And technology, one of the better definitions I've heard for telehealth actually recently was one from Nick Goodwin from the King's Fund. And he said, telehealth is just effectively technology-enabled case management. And this gets to the point as well, you don't just have one condition, you may well have multiple conditions. You need to treat the person. You need to help support that person to not need treatment in the first place. The platform, we started off because most of us were from a technology background. Jackie Marshall-Cyrus, who works for us, is actually from a nursing background, so she makes sure that we keep it real. But we started with the bit that we knew first, and that was technology and product development. So we had something around home-based systems, user-centered design. We heard some stuff earlier about how do you do that in the built environment in a care home setting. There's something that was put together in terms of through life homes. There's some guides that have been put together on the building side through that, as well as the sort of classic telecare, telehealth. We then also did something called Smart Care Distributed Environment, which in essence, is if it works in your home, why can't it work in everybody else's home? There was a classic case of, well, it's one of those things, I don't know, with urban myth maybe, but somebody was monitoring someone, lifestyle monitoring, and just went through the floor. They literally thought the person had died. Then they came back to life in 2 days' time. So I don't think it was quite a resurrection thing, but it's just that they'd gone and visited their aunt, actually, as it happened. Now, the thing that we were always aware of, and we've kind of got into this a bit earlier as well, is the barriers to market bit is difficult. And that's why we put together our economic and business models, social and behavioural studies. And you've heard a little bit about that. So, you know, we've heard about the one with Age UK involved, and then also with Newcastle involved. And there's actually 8 of those looking at things across the various aspects. And then we also thought, well, actually, you know, this technology stuff's all very interesting. This system stuff's all very interesting. You know what keeps messing it up, though? It's people, right? Because we don't use it the way that somebody said we should do. So how do we actually design so that things work for people? And we saw some examples of that earlier as well. Have the chair, have the seating that works for everybody, and then why wouldn't you just do that? So we've got involved with the designers and the design council, and we ran our Independence Matters programme, which is just coming to a sort of crescendo at the moment. And then ultimately, we were trying to pull all of that together, and that's where Dallas came in. I mentioned ambient assisted living. That's been something that's been running since about 2008. It's got a yearly call, and that's been embedded under all of that. And what we're trying to do there is take some of the learning and output from the UK programme and put that in an international context. So in terms of what we've done, talked about home-based systems, talked about smart care distributed environment, economic and business models. Those projects are about a year or so in now, varies. Some are probably a little bit, maybe as short as 6 months ago they got going in earnest, but they're starting to come through. Independence Matters, those programs coming to an end. Mentioned AAL. The other thing that we did find out from the very, very start was if only we just knew what everyone else was doing, it would save us having to redo it. So the whole knowledge exchange, knowledge sharing agenda was quite important, and we've been doing a program of that throughout. And I'll mention something, what we're doing next on that a bit later. We also got into the standards area as well, because this stuff doesn't currently work together. And I'll mention a bit about interoperability, which is something we've been doing as part of Dallas. An example of one project that was funded, and this is just one of 45, 46 or something projects, was actually they were taking technology that was used for remote telehealth, telemedicine. Actually, it was more towards that higher end spec in prisons. So rather than having to move the prisoner around and all of the associated security risks, etc., for them, and you might get into the hospital and the clinician doesn't happen to be available, which is just a logistical nightmare. So there was a bunch of technology that existed, but in actual fact it was quite expensive. I think it was about 20 grand to put a system in. So what they were doing there is a project we funded that's come to an end now, and they put together a set-top box effectively, using that as an interface in somebody's home. So it just looks like technology that you easily use. And they've ran a trial now with over 200 people, and I think that's hopefully going through to market in the near future. If you want to find out more about other projects we funded, because I say we've got 40-odd of them, I'm sure we'll be making these slides available. And that bit.ly link, if you click on it, you can then see everything we've funded as a quick one-page summary. It is a large file, so if you've got a slow broadband connection, then you might want to go and make a cup of tea. Challenges for assisted living. Stole this one off Tim Ellis as well, actually. So this, as he was finding all the stuff out from the whole system demonstrator. If we're going to do it, we've really got to build this evidence and business case. That's the thing we all keep trying to get to in the middle. The bit around that, though, awareness. We've talked about that this morning. But, how do we make people aware of what's possible? There's the levers as incentives, and tariff was mentioned this morning, but again, that's quite an England thing. What does that look like elsewhere? Organisational readiness. It's actually, organisational change is probably the biggest challenge here, and taking people with you, both in terms of the people you're trying to help and the people that you're employing to help them. Quality, standards, interoperability, the stuff needs to work together. And that's not just in terms of moving bits and bytes around. It's actually about, do we actually mean the same thing? So when you start to get into putting health and social care together, they might use, they might actually use different words for the same terms, and that's before you get the techies involved who will use something completely different. And then you get into this market building bit. So the bit that we were faced with, and again, we do try to do the research wherever possible. So people get going, oh, nothing ever goes though, right? There are more pilots than British Airways. Technically, we don't think that's true. Graham went away, looked it up. 3,220 pilots work for British Airways. We couldn't find that many pilots in the UK. Got very close, actually. But we wanted something to go forward at scale. And that, for us, is where Dallas came in. And I've mentioned what the acronym meant. But for those of you who don't know, it's also a town in Scotland. There's actually, I think it's not a very big town, but it's actually where the person came from, who then went to the States, which is why Dallas is called Dallas. I think it was George somebody, actually. And it's also a high-quality white whiskey, which is made in that town. But for us, we see it as the next step to scale. So we talked about whole system demonstrators, 6,000 and a bit users in that trial. We were looking for 3 to 5 sites with at least 10,000 people in them. And what we wanted to do was take forward a bigger cumulative evidence base, not an end in itself, but just a next step along the way. And announcements around that will be coming shortly. That is the Dallas skyline, because you can't do this without sort of humming the theme tune in your head. For me, I always wanted to just bring a bit of 80s glamour to this sector, which I think shoulder pads would help, actually. So what we thought, though, here is that the main challenge is delivering innovative and cost-effective services at scale, improving quality of life, having stuff that works for people to enable people to live independently for longer with a better quality of life and a vibrant and diverse commercial landscape. And we thought that that's actually, so it's not just about rolling out telehealth and telecare. You could almost say, well, you know, congratulations, you've done that, now what? I mean, I know we haven't done that, but if we did, it's actually about what do you use that for, how do you embed it, how do you improve the lives of people, how do you get to this sort of technology-enabled case management? How do you have it that it works not just for the individual, but as a question came through earlier as well, how does it work for their families, how does it work for their carers? And some of the stuff that we've been funding is actually thinking about that, and services such as Rally Round are being developed now. And, you know, it's basically how do you rethink services? So I mentioned I'm a physicist, so I kind of feel that I'm qualified to use a 3-axis graph. So market, we kind of need to think about things both in the public sector and the private sector, and the third sector is part of that as well, somewhere on that axis. We need to think about health and well-being from the sort of illness side all the way through to promoting wellness and stopping us getting there in the first place. And then from a lifestyle side, we need to think about how do we embed the technology so that it will support the lifestyle, but also the social context that we might operate within that. Because one of the reasons that people turn off and don't engage is you say, I've got a technology solution for something that you're living with. I don't want technology. And you talked about 5 odd million people not having internet access. That's very true. However, digital TV in the 65 plus is at 90-something% penetration. So change the channel, literally, and people start to become interested. So a lot of the stuff that we'd funded and a lot of the stuff that had been going on, we saw back in that sort of corner. It was based around, you've got this long-term condition. It was based around, well, because you've got that long-term condition, the public sector will pay for it because they want to reduce the burden on the acute services or whatever that might be, and we'll give you a bit of technology to fix it. We actually think that it needs to be that wider space that we need to explore. And that was the challenge that we set the Dallas communities as they were developing their work. We came up with a program that was trying to get these communities. The key bits here are that we were running a competition to develop the communities, and that's the thing we'll be announcing shortly. We also wanted to embed the fact that we want them to work together and inform the external community after or during their programs, so that if something works, let's share it with somebody else. If something doesn't work, let's tell them that as well, which is something you can't do with a randomized controlled trial, because obviously you pervert the trial. So we actually then said, we phrased the question out in terms of, well, we do want to evaluate what benefit we're going to have here, though. So we've ran that as a procurement. The evaluation is going to be run by University of Glasgow, and we've kind of set them a fairly hard exam question to try and work out how we might look at that. The things over there on this side, lifestyles and interoperability, we put in from the very beginning. Lifestyles, what do we mean? Well, we actually started to summarize this with 6 C's. We didn't go for 7 C's because we didn't want the jokes about cod liver oil. But also, we think it's about choice. You should be able to choose something that works for you. You should be in control of that. You should be able to collaborate both with the service, with your family, with others, and also the people providing that should collaborate. It's about contribution, so you don't just become a consumer of things, you can also give back. And we heard earlier that in terms of getting older adults to believe that this can help them, some of the best ways of selling that in is get other older adults telling them. And once they know, they can actually contribute back to society as well and be part of that and have somebody they can talk to and not just be this consumer of things. It's about keeping them connected to society. It's not technology taking away that face-to-face contact. It's about making you part of it. And that it is the community bit. Interoperability, one thing as you looked at this, there is no one solution. The communities will have to make a judgment about how they're going to put this together. But we have said you need to address interoperability. It's probably the biggest technical barrier. And we think that it will, or should, lead to better installation, better human factor capability, i.e. it's easier to use, greater choice, international economies of scale, because nobody's really got this right across the world yet, and then market development enabled by lower unit costs, and improve outcomes for everybody. One of the bids we had, which actually wasn't successful, they go, well, we've got an interoperable solution. We've got something that just works, and then every bit of technology that anyone can ever devise, we'll write a driver for it and make it work within our system. It's like, actually, that's not interoperable. It works within your system, but that's not plug and play. That's not going to work, which is actually one of the reasons they didn't get funded. So it's a range of, this is actually with due consideration to Tyne-Tech, it's Dave Foster's slide. There's various levels of the sort of if you just look at the telehealth, telecare side, it is a wider space, but just looking at it from this perspective, there's almost the various levels, it's like a step up, step down. This was actually the graph where the person thought they'd died over the weekend. So it is how all of that steps and comes together. We put together an interoperability white paper. We put together a task force to help us inform. And if any, really, it's more of a bunch of questions rather than a bunch of answers. There's a link there. It's available to everyone. It's not a simple one-off read. If you are struggling with insomnia, it might help. But it does encompass everything that we need to address. But we do also recognise that we haven't got everything right, so it is going to be a live document for us to develop. And we're going to be working with these communities to do that and continuously update. But one of the things that's come out, and this is some work that came out through the Dallas process, and this was with, should give praise to a project called iFocus, which is being led by the Advanced Digital Institute from Bradford, so not a million miles away from here. They actually were looking at how do you start to bring these different worlds together? And we've talked about actually how difficult it is to bring health and social care together. But what about the private and third sector? Because you're not, in the future, we're not just going to go between one or the other. And they came up with a model where actually you might just start to buy some of this for yourself. That's not going to work for everyone. But we talked about that older adult, 50 plus, 44% of UK family spending. But then there might be a point in your life where you actually go over into that sort of statutory public sector market. But then how do you get back out again? Because it shouldn't just be this one-way travelator. There should be a way that, you know, the technology should work, the services should work, so that the public sector will support you if it has to, but then ultimately you can rehabilitate and live in the world that you want to live. And there's then a bunch of stuff around that in terms of the things that need to be addressed. But it's not just technology in that, it's also the interoperability of the business models. I think I'm nearly through. So Europe, I mentioned that. The Ambient Assisted Living Joint Programme, it's 23 countries, 20 member states, 3 associated states, 600 million euros over, well, it runs to 2013 in terms of actual calls, nominally 100 million a year, which is 50-50 public-private. We get half the money from the Commission, so in actual fact, what's happened is the UK puts about £1 million a year in, and we get about £1.5 million worth of activity. And this year, we're actually co-funding with EPSRC, so between the £1 million from us and the £1 million from them, and the money we'll get back from the Commission, actually means we get activity in this area of about 4 to 4.5 million euros. There's been 5 calls so far: chronic conditions, social interaction, self-serve society, which self-serve society I can't think of without thinking of the Italian job and the self-preservation society. But that's about having the citizen at the centre and how do all the things work around you. Mobility within the home, outside of the home. And the thing that we've currently got open, it's open until the 31st of May, so if you've not heard of it, well, that would be tricky to get a collaboration together. But it is open if you want to talk to me about that in the field of home care. If you want to find out more about AAL, there's 2 events this year. There's the summit in Bilbao. I was there last Friday. It was 34 degrees on Friday when the weather here was horrific. I can recommend it. It's a bit of a trek, but it's worth it. So aalsummit2012.org. And then there's the forum, which is our annual event in Eindhoven, which is 24th to 27th of September. That's where all of the projects across AAL get together. So that's worth considering as well. So in summary, we think successful delivery requires new perspectives, skills and talents. We don't all have the answers. If we had the answers, we'd have cracked it. We saw stuff earlier. Several people have been saying, we've been talking about these things since 2005 and before that. Telecare market's been pretty stagnant, about 140 million a year. So it's always been jam tomorrow, but I am actually a firm believer that we are nearly there now. Organisations, sectors, networks and wildcards need to come together. It's about being creative. It's about generating the enthusiasm, which will then bring excitement. It will also bring risk. And the thing here is we need to empower the public sector to make some mistakes. They're not going to get it right, actually. Let's not beat them up about that, but let's think about how we can improve on stuff. And from a Dallas perspective, we will be advancing towards interoperability. We're not going to get there overnight. There isn't one magic thing. Within Europe, they're already talking about how can we make impact by 2015. In fact, it might be a longer game than that. So, it's going to be steps along the way. We're going to have interworking before we get full interoperability, but it is going to be about lifestyles. If I can, Mr. Chairman, just a little sales job in terms of if you had an idea coming out of this or other areas and you were thinking how might we get involved, something called the Biomedical Catalyst. It's just recently opened. There's 3 categories of grant for business-led applications. There is also an academic-led bit, which is led out the MRC. From our perspective, which is the business-led bit, got feasibility studies up to 12 months, up to 150k, up to 75% funding. Early stage, up to 36 months, so we're talking 3 years now, up to 2.4 million at 75%. And if you're later stage development, then up to 50%. Click on that link or just search for Biomedical Catalyst. You should find it pretty quickly. There's actually 3 closing dates this year for that. So there's various buckets that you would be in. E-health and M-health is in scope for this. It's not my baby, so I'm not that close to it, but there are ways. But I wouldn't, if you've got a bit of telecare or a bit of telehealth and you're trying to put that in, that might be tricky. But if you're trying to think of a wider e-health, M-health play, then that might be useful. If you were just trying to do something, you're an SME out there, I mean, there's a bunch of funding schemes we have. And like I said, if we have to, we'll give you money. But, hopefully we can help you before we have to give you the money. There's proof of market. So the SMART Award, this is only for SMEs. 9 months, 25k, up to 60% funding. Proof of concept, which is up to 18 months, up to 100k, up to 60%. Prototype development, which is then a bit longer, so 2 years, 250k. 35% if you're a medium enterprise, 45% if you're small or micro. At the moment, this has been about a 1 in 10 success rate, so just to manage expectations. But we have been trying to improve the quality of the feedback you're going to get. Link there and the closing dates over the next little period. I'm going to skip through that so I don't overrun. And link there to Tomorrow Together, trying to talk more aspirationally about ageing. If you want to get involved with the knowledge sharing agenda I mentioned, link at the top. If you want to see the projects in all their glory, come along to us in Bristol on the 30th and 31st of May. Link there, free event. Failing that, you can always just contact me. I'm available by all those channels. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I start this sort of conversation from my substantive job as I'm a PCT chief exec before I got eliminated. But I was in a community where we were very much trying to support the whole concept of self-directed care, self-support, telehealth and telemedicine. And as a PCT chief exec and also chief exec of a large provider organisation that offered integrated health and social care services, I was enormously frustrated that I actually couldn't get this to work in terms of the culture of the organisation that I ran, in terms of why was the resistance in the system. And there was a lot of learning that came out of that, which in a way is also then starting to reflect into the NHS Commissioning Board. So for those of you who I'm sure are aware that the NHS Commissioning Board is the organisation that in the future will oversee the commissioning of services within the NHS. And we're in a process of set-up. We don't come into fruition until 2013. But we've got a set of directorates, and one of the key issues that we've actually said is that one of the key directorates is the one that I'm setting up, which has got a long title that there's a prize if anyone can come up with a better title. But this is very much around how do we get the NHS to be a customer-focused organisation? Bottom question. So how do we change the nature of the relationship between the customers of the NHS and the NHS? It's not a small question. It is absolutely fundamental. And that's based on the premise that we can continue to reorganise things, we can continue to have good ideas about a piece of telehealth or a piece of telecare or whatever. But unless we fundamentally change the culture and get to a situation where there is a different relationship with a different power base, then actually a lot of the ability for individuals to control their own healthcare, to get the things that you and I would want for ourselves, the control of our care, and to make the right decisions for ourselves, to get the outcomes that we want for ourselves. Unless we can do that and then provide the supporting things like telehealth, telemedicine and telecare behind that, then we're fundamentally, we're just going to continue to be frustrated because we're trying to put models like this onto a pre-existing system. So the directorate that I'm setting up is got a strapline that says supporting people to make the best decisions they possibly can, whether you're a patient, a commissioner, a person in the NHS Commissioning Board, a clinician. And so that is very much based on, I think what obviously you've heard, is a lot about insight. But this isn't just about the insight about how individuals and the whole behavioural things about the customers, but it's also about organisational insight. Because one of the questions that we've got to have is why do we as NHS organisations behave and respond in the way we do to the population? We've then got a big program of work which is around, so what are the channels through which you may change this dynamic? Very much around how would you use social media, the whole sort of single digital channels, etc. And we then move into what I'd call the decision tools for people to enable and support them to move forward to themselves, the sort of areas that you're working at. And underpinning that, we are also then responsible for understanding the requirements for informatics, for setting the information standards in the NHS, and for facilitating interoperability, and also for commissioning the national informatics systems that will support this, like the spine, etc. So it's not a small brief. So that's where I start from, and this is what, therefore, my pitch is on this. Okay, so in a way, I think the fundamental question we're asking people is whose health is it? And historically, the NHS has said, well, it's not yours. You come with a problem to me, and I will say, what's the problem? And I will take that problem off you, and I will attempt to solve it for you. We are historically patronising. We are absolutely of the belief that patients don't know best, and even when you get into conversations with GPs, they'll say, but they'll always ask my advice. Yes, that's what you're there for. You're meant to be a navigator, but they don't actually do it. And we've managed to set up services that are absolutely geared for the convenience of the organisations. If you went to a bank with a business plan that says, I'm intending to set up a customer-focused organisation, outpatient services, where I will want people to come on a time and they will receive services from me, and I'm going to deliver that at the time when most people are at work. when actually it will be the most inconvenient for them to come to get to me, where they can only probably book into the first outpatient appointment, where half the time they will leave without a date for a following appointment, where I probably won't tell them what the outcome of what happened to them was. I probably won't give them any digital contact with the system whatsoever. I think the bank would probably tell you to go away. Yet that's how we run our NHS outpatient services. It is bonkers, and it is not actually fundamentally there in a way that is convenient to patients and enabling it to happen. At the moment, how many, well, I can tell you, but they're just most practices, some practices you can order your prescriptions online, large portion you can't. A lot of them you can't do online booking into a GP surgery. This is, this is not about how do I serve the population in a convenient way to help them get the outcomes they want. So, in a way, what we're trying to say, how do we move to a different position which says it's my body, it's my health, that you are here to help me and support me to get the outcomes I want for myself. And therefore, I am directing the care that I should receive from this system. And it is my control and it's my ability. I will want some help. I will want care navigators. I want someone to stand beside me, but I don't want you to take that responsibility off me. And I want to be able to do this in a way that is convenient to me and that makes sense to me in the way that I would manage any other aspects of my life. So that's the difference between you go to the GP and the GP says, what's the problem? And that you say, and they say, okay, here's what I can do to fix that. Or you go to a GP and you say, what's the problem? And they say, okay, so what's your plan for that? What is it that you want out of that? And that immediately creates a different form of relationship with you and puts the power back into your control. And changing that dynamic of moving the NHS into an organisation that takes the responsibility away into one that supports self-directed care is the fundamental change. And my personal belief that unless we do this, then we will continue to have the frustration of why are we not getting in here? Why can't people see that this is a good idea? Okay, major cultural shift. So it's about patients, it's about your plan. We're currently creating a process that where people will access their online record. Well, you've never heard so much fuss about it. So all the information's written about you, but actually you can't see it, you can't access it, you can't challenge it, you can't actually, do anything with it. Just basic stuff. At the moment, there's an obligation that we will be opening all GP records to the population. And the amount of resistance there is about that is amazing. Yeah, actually, whose information is it? Whose plan is it? Isn't it yours? And in effect, isn't the role of the staff to support you in what you're doing? Okay, so if we had a characteristics of a user-driven service, what would we expect to see? A shared record, so basically the record, which is currently usually sitting on the GP record, is something that you recognise your GP, probably as your care navigator, the person that's going to support you most in your care, would also recognise, and the pair of you are using as a shared record of the decisions that you have made together about what you want to happen. You'd expect everything to be transparent. If it's about you, you should know about it. You should be able to see it. It should be written about you. I used to manage mental health services, and one of the service users said to me, I go to my consultant and he talks to me for an hour, and at the end of that hour he knows more about me than I do, and then over the next 6 sessions he tells me what he knows about me. And actually, that's not a therapeutic process. This is about you understanding and your knowledge for that. It's about the information for patients being available in the way that they can use and understand. And if you actually then can use and understand it, you can understand what other things could support you, what other technology could support you. It's about patient control to the access technology. So it's about the patient controlling on their digital television or anything else. It's about their controlling their access to those services. It's a maximum use of the access technology as well, so they actually can use it and they can book and they can decide to cancel appointments, they can decide which clinic is the right clinic for them, and it's maximum use of self-care technologies. And this is my pitch really, I guess, to you, that if you are looking towards these technologies, that we probably are not going to get a grip in terms of their multiple use until we get a big cultural change in the system which is actually meant to be supporting it. So what's our role in this? One of the things that the NHS has not been good at is what we would call insight. And this is about actually, so if you say to patients, quite often what we do is we do feedback, and that is largely about the services that you received, not the starting point, which was what would you have wanted. So you've got sore hips. And usually we do a bit of feedback that at the end of that, when you've had a hip replacement, we ask you what it was like. Sometimes we might just ask you if you've got increased mobility. Most times we don't, but we'll at least know what hip replacement you had. But what we don't ask was, what outcome did you want at the start? Was it just that you wanted to be able to walk upstairs pain-free? Did you want to run a marathon? Did you get the outcome that you wanted out of that? And we're not getting the insight that actually supports people to make the decision, to know how you would help them to make decisions. And we did a lot of study with orthopaedic patients who had had a hip replacement and discovered that nearly 50% of them, if we'd actually done this insight work, would not have gone forward to the hip replacement that they actually had. Right? We're not using the insight to understand how people want to manage their lives, etc. We're not using evidence. We are very good at best clinical practice. We know we're getting very good at what drug affects worse. We're actually not using the evidence which is around this person lives in society in a way that they wish. What's the evidence about how they wish to engage with that? My biggest example to this was when I was in Barnsley and we were trying to encourage men in the, sorry, a lot of you might be in this room, in the 45 to 55 year age group to attend GPs for clinics because we had a lot of late presentation of people with heart problems and other problems. So we sent the letters out and said, we've set up a really special clinic for you, would you mind coming to it? Then I was informed that for people that we were targeting in the areas that we were targeting in Barnsley, 40% of those men didn't have a reading age that actually could have read and understood the letter in the way that we'd presented it. And then when we actually did a piece of insight work, we found out that most of them knew that they should stop smoking and that they were slightly overweight and they weren't exercising, and they were a bit concerned about the fact they had a persistent cough or actually they got that breathless going up. And actually the one thing they didn't want to do was to get their concern confirmed. Right? So what we were doing is we were offering them an opportunity to come in and say, you know, yes, you actually have got something wrong with you, or yes, you really should lose weight, or you should stop, you should do something about your exercising. And so what we did is we said, well, okay, where are the places people are? We went to the working men's clubs, we went to all sorts of places, and set up environments where people would have a conversation in a safe way to talk about what would it be that would facilitate you and support you to stop smoking, not what they thought we were going to do when they come in, which is give them a lecture about the fact that they should stop smoking. So basically we will be, as a group, we will be attempting to facilitate and support that and using a lot of insight work about what is motivating organisations to behave the way they are as well. We will be setting a set of requirements and expectations out and what the standards for intelligence and information are. What we won't be doing is saying the how. We will not be responsible for telling commissioning groups and other people about how they need to go about this. We will have some national programs, which is the residue largely of the NP Fit program, things that actually support this program, like Choose and Book, making it a much more responsive and different sort of process. And we will be looking at the removal of the financial disincentives. Right now, and I think you made a comment about tariffs, and a lot of people can give a lecture about tariffs, which is around actually there is not a financial incentive in the system to move the activity down, to move the activity into self-care and self-directed support. So my feeling is very much that unless we actually tackle the internal cultural way about how we as an NHS do things, unless we support the patients to say, actually, I want this to be different, So again, in Barnsley, we talked to people who had heart pain as to why they were taking so long to come to the GPs, and they just felt living to 70 was a pretty good thing, and actually, if you had a bit of heartache when you went uphill, you stopped going uphill. Okay? We've actually got to create an environment where people expect different things of the NHS and social care. So basically there should be organisational push for better services, etc. And for us, we've got to do a push. I think when we do change management, we quite often do an organisational thing nationally says, this is how it's going to have to be different. And actually what we're missing is if we don't get the push from the population as well and some buy-in from the service in the middle, then we're never going to actually do organisational change. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions? And Mike, would you like to come up as well for this? Do we have any questions for Ailsa for a start? Yes, Tom. Sorry, can you just say who you are?
I'll just shout. I'm Tom Kirkwood. One of the great challenges we face, as I think we're all aware, is the huge socioeconomic gradient in health. And I guess sort of my concern and question is in engineering this sort of highly desirable reorientation of the way the health service is configured to be responsive to initiatives from patients. How do you envisage overcoming the difficulty that the most disadvantaged people in terms of health are probably the people who will have the greatest difficulty initially in sort of navigating their way to get what they need?
Yeah. I think that there's sorry, which one's on? There's several aspects to that, and one of the so one of the things that we did, and I find examples easier for people, is that we said, well, okay, where would one of the most difficult population groups to support self-directed care and a telecare model at home be? And we thought that would be people with dementia, because you had, be an older population, an older household, one of whom had dementia, and sometimes you could actually have more than one in the house. And actually that was one of the most successful things. But what you had to recognise is you had to put care navigation support in for people. So quite often that was someone who stood beside them. And ultimately it was someone who, with an advanced directive, you would talk to people about what is it that you want for yourself, and you'd write it down, and that care navigator may behave as if they were them. When they perhaps weren't capable of doing it. But to give you an example, we ran a memory clinic, and how the memory clinic operates usually is you come for diagnosis, you may be started on medication, and once you're stable you'll be brought back at regular times for a check on the medication, but also to see how things are going, etc., etc. And basically they said, well, it's very kind of you and the people are really nice, but it's pretty useless to us, because actually you're making an assumption that dementia goes in a nice even line downwards, and what we're doing is we're either coming because we've got a long-term relationship with you and we don't want to upset you, we're making emergency appointments because something's happened, or we're just not coming because we don't see it's worthwhile. So we said, well, okay, and these were families with dementia, etc. We will stop routine appointments and guarantee that if you ring up, that within 48 hours we'll give you an appointment. And they used a third less slots, okay? And the satisfaction went through the roof. And I think I'm using that really because that illustrates what argument would I make to a trust. I would say here is a much more efficient and effective use of your services. And I think the reality is I think the banks have done a blinder really, because they have convinced us that us looking after ourselves on the internet and doing that, which actually saves them a fortune, was something that they have offered a service to us, when actually, you think about it, and we've got to have the same, we've got to change the same same sort of approach, because I think you can make exactly those arguments to the organisations, but you have to convince the organisation the extra support you have to put in to enable people to do self-care is worth it. But I think there's a good economic argument for it.
Yes, please.
Could I just come back and press a bit further?
Yeah.
Because I think I'm not sure that I agree that dementia is really a good example of the challenge, sort of looking at populations of people who are currently greatly disadvantaged in terms of health. Because the scenario that you described, there are quite a number of people sort of in the wings who are kind of playing into this game. What I'm really thinking about are people, and in the work that we did on the Mental Capital and Wellbeing Foresight Project, recognising there are sadly too many people who, sort of in their early formative years of life, fail to acquire sort of motivational, aspirational, self-respect, self-esteem, sort of patterns of behaviour that most of the rest of us take for granted. And sadly, you see this all too often in some of the most deprived areas within the UK. People who just don't think they're worth it, who don't care, just don't kind of care about health because they don't see a future, and for whom everything is just so comprehensively negative that having people who will guide them through the system is fine in principle, but it's not really where the problem is at.
I think that what you illustrate is where we've got to put extra effort in, but people often use that end of the market to argue for why you shouldn't do it at all. So in mental health services, we did a lot of work, and one of the psychiatrists sort of said to me, well, if you go to someone and say, on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you feel, and someone says 2, you can both say, what's your plan to get to 3, and they'll say, well, I don't know. But you can say, well, what stopped you coming back to be a 1? And I know that sounds a bit oversimplistic, but it's actually also the approach. And yes, there will be situations where it doesn't help, and in mental health services we had the care managers also had a care navigation training, and they operated both as both places. I just think what we illustrate is where it's the hardest, but where you've actually got to put more effort in. But it isn't an argument against doing the complete.
Yes.
Hello, my name is James Rock from Design Thinkers. My question is for Ailsa, but it comes from the perspective of working as part of the Independence Matters project last year, as a service designer working with a technology provider. And it comes down to the very refreshing approach that you seem to have, Ailsa, in regard to some of the things that we tried to do, we were restricted by doing because we couldn't say certain things to certain people within the NHS and within service providers. And it strikes me that you come in like a human hand grenade rather than a maverick, and challenging all sorts of status quos. And I'd just like to hear, how has that gone down? Because is it being rejected, or are people in the service actually saying this is refreshing and we really want to be part of it?
I mean, I started in mental health and learning disability services, so this has been a theme of my career. And what I would say to you is it feels to me that the time is right for something. So it felt for a large number of years, and being involved in individual budgets, programs and all sorts of things, you would get something to happen in a patch. And you'd get that go up, but you could never get spread across the piece. Because of both the dynamics of the economic situation, where people are saying, actually, if we don't do this, we're going to go bust. There's limited ability to keep churning out efficiencies out of traditional acute services. Because of that, but I think also because internationally you can see where the whole transparency agenda and some of this is actually starting to go. My personal view is that we are just at a start of something. Most of what I get out of most of my colleagues is, and I'd probably do a slightly different version of that, as an intellectual, yes, you're right, but no emotional engagement in the conversation. And really, I think the key group of people that we have to support with this is GPs. Because if you want to change, that's the major interface between the NHS and if GPs fundamentally believe in this and believe in models of self-directed support, when we trained, I think about half the practices, everybody in the practice, not just right down to receptionists in Barnsley on this, they said it fundamentally changed my clinical practice. And that's what I think we're in the cusp of doing something like that. And for us, we are going to do a lot of disruptive things. We are going to put some bombs in the public domain that will make the public dissatisfied. We're going to, ironically, probably make the public more dissatisfied with the NHS in order to get that demand. And now, it just feels to me that I think over the next 10 years we're going to see something different. But my colleagues are mostly intellectually with me, but emotionally, I'm running a hospital, what am I going to do with my number of people that are waiting too long? Social care is more engaged. I think you get a different conversation out of social care.
Thank you.
I think there's been aspirations to do this for an awful long time, but I don't know that I think we were probably the only integrated health and social care, including mental health provider in the country. So it's you don't see some of that. The new aspirations for the commissioning, the CCGs who will do the commissioning and the local authorities to work through health and wellbeing boards, where that works well, you will get exactly what you got. So we had a pool budget for all health and social care for over 10 years. It was not a common thing. So what we are trying to do is to set set outcomes that we will be expecting from our side, and also through social care. Then there's a social care white paper that's going to come out soon that will be worth having a read. And our aspiration is really that the outcomes that we will be measuring people's success on will absolutely depend on them putting the health and social care together and making sure that it's integrated with the acute services. And also what we're going to be doing is trying to evaluate whether the commissioning organisations are successful based on what the population thinks of them and what the population felt back. So that, and for a lot of the population, they don't see that bath or that what was supplied by health and that was supplied by social care. So I think what the question we've really got is whether there's those sorts of levers that we can put in the system. I can't say that it's going to be different to what went before, but we'll have a jolly good go at that.
Do you think that the health and wellbeing board is going to be a key component of trying to get that to happen?
Health and wellbeing boards are the place that it's meant to happen, yes.
I was going to say, there's just one thought there, is that I think actually the way that will come together around the health and wellbeing boards, and then also social care with the more traditional healthcare service, that actually might address some of the nervousness that Tom had, really, in terms of that's the way that you can kind of reach out then. So it's not just a case of sharp elbows with the middle classes going to see your GP. It's actually social services that are helping you in and treating the person, not the condition. So that, but it is going to be a long road travelled, I think. But it seems to be the right way forward, I think.
I think the reality also is that it's actually acute trusts that treat the disease, and actually most of the community services also treat a person. And the question and the bit really, I think, with a lot of this is around the moving that support into that environment. And I think we've got a greater hope because it's based on that environment and not necessarily based on the acute, but which, in many ways, to be fair to them, has been developed as a sausage factory. They have to see people through, and you have to see the cardiac people in cardiac. That is how it has been developed. I think if we base a lot of it on the fact that the community is integrated with the social care, and most community services are focused on a whole person. Mental health services are, learning disability services are, your district services are. They don't just treat a leg ulcer. They go into someone's house and they see a whole person.
And the other bit that's interesting in there as well is when you start to get health and social care come together around that side of things, if you start to look at the funding side, you know, from a social care perspective, you know, local councils know how to charge for some of that already. You know, there are certain things that you are means tested or whatever. Clearly, the NHS is always up at, you know, free at the point of need and all that sort of stuff. So there's going to be something around, hopefully, within there that you could start to see that there might be a model whereby you can consider the person and things are moving that way, and maybe you can kind of come in and out of that system maybe as well.
Okay, I think we've got 10 minutes for tea now. Can we be back at 3:20, please?
Very kindly given me 15 minutes to get through the whole of robotics and ethics in robotics. There's 5 minutes to start with. So I'm not really part of this community. I'm a robotics guy. But about 2006, when my hair got really white, I moved into the area of ethics. I'm looking at the future of all areas of robotics under ethical impact: elder care, child care, policing. And at the moment, I'm a level human research fellow on the ethics of battlefield robotics, so I spend most of my time with the military and the intelligence services, nagging them. But we've written a few papers on elder care, and this provocative type here, the Elder Care Factory, was the title of the paper with Dr. Amanda Sharkey, my wife and myself, which has just come out in gerontology. And we were looking, it's a kind of reductio ad absurdum argument, where we're looking at the possibility of what could happen, the kind of dystopian future you could have if you weren't watching out. Now, none of my work is targeted at the UK at all, because I'm sort of an international person, really. So I'm looking at trends throughout the world rather than here. And this in particular is from Japan, so I look at some Japanese and American work and that sort of thing. And I'll just bludgeon my way through this and put some pointers up at the end.
Pearl works with people, not auto parts.
I'd like you to follow my instructions for some simple exercises.
Now that's a robot for exercise and taking people to the bathroom, navigating them around a care home. It's made by Carnegie Mellon and Stanford. It's a United States one. They're putting a lot of cash into this. But the people spending the most money on this are the Japanese. The idea would be that you know, there's problems with the demographic, as you all know. They're a bit ahead of Europe at the moment, or behind, whichever way you look at it. They've got a lot more aging population than we have, a smaller young population. And so, as Japan would, they've decided to throw money at robotics for caring for the elderly as much as they can. And I'm talking about really big money. People have tripled their size of their labs. Tons of work like this. There's lots of work starting in the UK like this as well. And the one question you really want to ask here that people aren't asking in robotics labs: if you live somewhere like this and have a little bathroom like that, if you have something like this, it's absolutely wonderful. So will it fit in your home? That's the first question I'll ask. Now that kind of robotics is, you know, it might be better if you're going to lift people to have one of these smart homes but have hoists that actually fit in the house and might be a bit more mobile. So different kinds of technology, which I don't have time to explain at the moment. This is a very good one. This is called the My Spoon, and that's for feeding people. Now, in my, as I say, I'm not part of your community, but as a child I was a carer, and as a young person in 1970 to 73, I actually was a psychiatric nurse working with psychogeriatrics in one of those really horrible big 1,000-bed places. It's very hard to be a good carer in. But one of the things you had to do was just there was a pile of people, and they were called the vegetables, actually, strangely, or the babies. That was it, the vegetables. They were in a sort of vegetative state, and you just had to sit there and pump food into them, which is really against people's dignity. And so I think I would prefer something like this that fed me. But this thing would cover your mouth with food. But the one thing, the other second point I want to make is that technology, when you have it, it's very expensive because technology really goes wrong all the time. technology if there isn't sort of output. So it's one of the worries I have with even the most sophisticated, like we saw earlier, which stuff I really liked. I can't remember who it was. It was the stuff that in the home detected kind of chopping you were doing and things. Well, you know, contextually that might be okay in a lab, but you know, outside the lab you don't know what's going to happen really. It's kind of unpredictable. And so you might need, like cars for instance, weren't very reliable. They needed years upon years of testing. So we're not going to see this technology coming quickly. You might see a lot of research, a lot of people making it, but it's not going to be in people's homes too quickly, certainly not in mine. Okay, now
so this is Pyro. Say something, Pyro.
Let me just stop this for 1 second.
You're so convincing.
Okay, now that's, oh, he's not going to throw that. Just go back to that. I'm afraid you might have to say it all again.
So this is Pyro. Say something, Pyro.
I'll turn it down while I'm talking. This is a robot companion. So the idea is that, you know, with all this technology in the home that they're proposing in Japan, they thought, well, the problem is people won't have human contact. Old people need contact, so let's give them robots as contact. And this is one of them. Now, Pyro gets pretty boring after 20 minutes, I can tell you. But it's quite where it's quite useful is in therapy sessions for some people. And you all probably know here about doll therapy. And this is very related to doll therapy when we write about it. I can't go into much detail now. But one of the problems with this technology is the experimental work has not been very good. It's terrible, actually, to be honest. It's all showing how great it is. And when it's been compared with just having a doll, it's at best equal to it, not better. But you're going to pay $10,000 for this. What's about £6,000 for this, as opposed to £2.50 for a doll. So I don't know which is better. Now, when I've said here, am I deceptive? Do I create anthropomorphism? Well, anthropomorphism meaning people attribute human qualities to these. And when I was playing with that just here, this was in Germany last year, and what I did was, because to me it's meaningless as a roboticist, it's just a lump of inanimate matter with a computer. You know, it doesn't matter to me. But there were a big group of students gathering around all the way, as I was petting it. So I picked it up like by the back legs and started banging it on the table. And they shouted at me and called me a monster, totally inhumane. So that's the idea of anthropomorphism. So what you're doing, to get the best use out of this, for an old person, you have to be deceived. You have to at least have willing suspension of disbelief, maybe, but you have to be deceived in order to really get the best use out of it. Does it infantilize the elderly? The good thing about, in my position, if you're doing ethics, is I don't have to answer any of these questions. I just give you the hard questions. It's up to you to answer them. Privacy, now not with this one, but there are a lot of other companions. There are natural language companions. There's a lot of talk about collecting biographies of your parents, for instance. Now, I wouldn't want my children collecting it when I'm in conversation with something I think is a private conversation, because I'm, you know, deceived by it, and then it's all there for my children to listen to afterwards. I mean, I love my children dearly. I have 5 daughters, but sometimes I might talk about it in a way I wouldn't like them to hear. So you know, it's not necessarily a good thing. There is a lot of privacy issues here. Who is accountable? We'll leave that for now. Now, this technology I really like. This is really good. That's the HAL robot suit. HAL as in HAL, the robot, the sort of machine from 2001, and it's made by a company called Cyberdyne, who's the company in the Terminator, the robot movie, if you remember. But it's really good because the lower half has now been, for the last 18 months, has been leased out to care homes in Japan, so people can actually get up and walk again that haven't been able to walk for quite a long time, and it's wonderful. It also makes you really super strong, so if you get really old and want to knock teenagers out of your way, you can go out and do that. I want this, not just now, but later. Well, I'll have it now if you give it to me. I don't think it's going to be the National Health Bill somehow. Okay, so that's a really good assistive technology, in my book. Now, the other trend in robotics, and I'm coming to near an end here, because I've only got 6 minutes, is telepresence robots. Telepresence robots are one of the biggest growth areas in robotics in the world, especially in the United States, used by business people a lot. So essentially, you get the little tiny ones right through to this is the RP7 here, which is the one used in one London hospital in particular, used by doctors, but you get these littler ones that are cheaper. And essentially it's like Skype. So you've got this mobile device that goes around with your face on it, if you want your face on it, or you can put a cartoon on, whichever you want. You can have your face on it, it's got a camera on top, and you can go around and talk to people. So you remotely control it from, I could be sitting in the United States talking to my mother in heaven actually or something. But it could be talking to my mother in a completely different country, in Rotherham or something like that. So they're good for that purpose. I'm just going to show you a clip of these. This is a doctor using one. So it's remotely controlling it.
How's your breathing right now? A lot better? Back to normal or just better? Not back to normal yet, huh? Okay. Who's that sitting over there? My stepdaughter.
And that's his stepdaughter. Now that shows he can look around the whole place. Now in ethical terms, the problem here is the problem of privacy. You know, supposing you've got one of these in your home, and your home's big enough, you've got one of these little thin ones in your home, and you're in the bathroom having a bath, and suddenly somebody comes in, you don't know who the operator is on the other side, you don't know how many people are watching you, so it's kind of a bit worrying. And there's a whole robotics coming out of Holland at the moment called value-sensitive robotics, where they actually look at things like designing things unethically. So you might have to the person's permission to use the robot. They have to press the button, or it has to make knock, some sort of knock. So you'd have to design the robot so that it didn't defy your privacy. I think that's about it. Right. So what do we get? I'll just put these up really. Pros are these devices, any of this technology, can reduce dependence of other people coming into your home. So it can be very empowering, really. It can help seniors, excuse the words, I don't know the right words to use, in different countries get offended with different words. So help seniors get to social meeting places, so it could lead somebody to somewhere where there were other people. The companion robots, those big power things, it turns out are very good as social facilitators. If you've got one of those around, everybody wants to come and speak to you, all the teenagers will come and talk to you and everything else. But it might just be novelty value, who knows how long that will last. There was one particular report where it was a companion robot that was really good at language processing, and it made the news everywhere. It's a Musk robot. So it was big news, it was put into a care home, and one of the reporters went back 2 years later, this is recently, and asked about it, and first of all they didn't know what he was talking about, and then eventually said, oh that's in the cupboard, it had been there for 2 years. Everybody loved it, and they played with it for 2 weeks, and then they get tired of it. So that's one of the other problems. You could reduce the need for home help, and that's not a good thing, because for quite a lot of people, Meals on Wheels, or certainly from my mother's point of view, somebody coming around and giving her food and washing her during the day would be the only contact she would have some days. So that's very, very important. It's important not to have it. I don't know what's happening here. It could enable new care functions. So if you took away the need for home help, you could still have the home help, In other words, they could come and do something different, like hold the hand or put some makeup on or just sit and chat, and that'd be very, very good. Healthcare homes reduce the amount of staff. I don't think that's a good idea either. See about enable new care functions. Help the economy. Now, I've got a soft red line going through that, because would it help the economy? You have to remember things like the Da Vinci robot, which is a surgical robot that everybody said would save money. It cost $2 million. And everybody said, oh, that's great, $2 million, but look at the health, we can do a lot more operations. And they weren't thinking that it also cost £5,000 every time you have an operation to replace all the utensils, and $150,000 a year just for maintenance. So you have to take into account, when you're funding the research and development, the other thing that has to be taken into account, how much is it going to cost to run this? How often are you going to have to repair people in? And what's the other costs? You can't really tell in advance. So help the economy, I'm not sure about. Health robotics labs reach funding targets. I won't say any more than that. I'll just flash these through. Loss of privacy, that's a big issue. Loss of freedom, because obviously if you have a way of stopping somebody walking into the road, you might use a robot to do that, so you could keep them as prisoners in their own home. Loss of control, so it's important that the person who's recipient of robot care is actually in control of it. And we know that from a number of experimental studies that even giving an old person in a care home a plant to look after them improves their health. So they need to be in control. Reduction in human contact, that's the biggest con of all. That's a really, really bad. I don't know what we can do with that. Deception, I've mentioned. Loss of dignity, I've mentioned. Infantilization, okay. So the elder care factory, we must be aware of full automation and conveyor belt care in some future date. It might be 25, 30 years' time. And ethical trading, because the whole point about elder care, well, our approach to ethics is an ethical trade-off. So we look at human rights and human capabilities, the capabilities approach, because, for instance, if you go into intensive care, you don't mind trading privacy. You don't mind them monitoring them 24 hours a day. So there are lots of trade-offs, but we have to make sure that any trade-offs are weighted in favour of the cared for. Now, I'm just going to leave this video playing because you might think this has nothing to do with elder care or care of the aged, but it really has. And this is a new device. This is the Google car. This is a fully autonomous car. It's driven 250,000 miles on its own. It's now been legalized in the state of Nevada, and last week Google got the first autonomous car driving license. Now that means you could just get into it and say, take me to X, and it could be a very useful thing for the elderly. Okay, stop there. Thank you for listening.
Now I'm going to turn to my right and ask Peter Gore and Pam just to talk for 5 minutes each. And you can stay where you are, you don't need to use the rostrum, on removing barriers to technology. Thank you.
Well, I've had a really interesting day today. I'm going to talk, I think, around my subject, which is nursing homes or care homes, and the barriers there at the moment. A lot of the care homes that I've gone into just don't have the technology, and I feel, although the telecare at the moment is all about keeping people in their own homes, I really think there's a case for telecare within nursing homes. This is because so many people in nursing homes have dementia, and we know that moving them to a hospital setting is very, very upsetting and can make them worse. So if we can treat them within the home, care home, that would be a much, much better and kinder solution. Also, there's things about the use of Skype, so that older people can, if relatives are miles and miles away and don't get to see their loved one very often, it would be great if that was available in care homes for those that can understand it, so they can actually see their relatives on a regular basis. We know that we talk to our relatives over in different countries and things like that, and it's, you know, it's just normal for us. And it's a simple thing that should be, I think, available in care homes. There's a thing about monitoring. There's still a lot of work to do around ethical considerations. The care home that I'm working with at the moment has 3 people that go wandering regularly and are quite vulnerable in the area that they're walking around. So the care home has actually told the community about them so that they can be rescued and brought back. But when I suggested that they might want to be wearing a monitoring device so the care home knew where they were, I was told that that wouldn't be allowed because that was against the Human Rights Act, and so it's okay for them to go wandering in a dangerous area. And I think that's around the fact that those people in that care home didn't have the opportunity to be diagnosed early enough. I have a friend who has just been diagnosed with early onset dementia, and he has set his care plan already and already put that, you know, if he does decide to be a wanderer, which I think he could well be, that he would be quite happy to have a device on him. But of course, these people didn't have the opportunity to do that. So that's in the future. I must admit, when I just watched the film there, I was a bit horrified with the robot feeding the man. I hope that never, ever happens, because even if somebody is in a vegetative state, they are still a person, and it's really, really important, which is my plea for don't reduce care home staff, because it can take a long time to feed somebody with advanced dementia, but during that time you have a human connection with that person. And technology is great, and we need to go down that route, but we must never, ever, ever forget the human factor and the fact that the person is a human and needs to have human interaction. I think that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much, Pam. And Peter?
I don't have a lot to add to what I said earlier, but I think as we've seen so many different clever technologies, we've got so much evidence about the things that we can do. We know that we can change the way that people age. We know we can have positive impacts. So I guess the big question is, why doesn't it happen? Or why hasn't it happened faster? And I think probably the biggest challenge that we have is how we find ways to re-engineer our systems of provision and so on, so that we are more receptive to these kinds of different interventions and new technologies and things coming on. It's not really that we can't do things technologically. And we've just seen some really incredible things, and with Paul's stuff as well, I know a lot of that stuff's some way in the future, but perhaps nearer than you think. But how on earth would we ever implement any of those things in our existing systems? One of the things that worries me, I was talking to somebody in their mid-30s, really, and talking about problems with the NHS, and they just said, well, if you can't fix it, why would we even bother? And actually, it's our problem, and we need to fix it. You know, and back to the thing I said earlier, maybe this is the big stink, and we actually need to kind of step up and do something and try to find ways of changing the way that we work together.
Okay, thank you, Peter. There are some common threads of argument there, and I think probably one of the leading threads is why is the take-up of technology, particularly the whole system demonstrators, so slow? Why is it happening, and why is it so slow? And 2 of our earlier speakers today produced the data to show how the benefits were manifest, but in spite of those benefits, the traction that we were getting in inserting this into the care process was not good. I think a second issue is the one that you've raised now, and that's about the ethical issues. And the thought went through my mind when I was listening to Paul speak from Newcastle about the monitoring and the surveillance and the intrusion in people's lives. We also have to have engagement with the users there to make sure that there's really not just consent, but really informed consent, so that we're not actually imposing a system on other people, which is going to produce difficulties with them beyond the problems that they already have. And I think that leads on to the sort of third issue for me, which is we have a fairly linear process of research and development, knowledge transfer and research impact. And in our experience in Age UK, we've found that we generate impact much better by involving users, whoever they are, whether they're the manufacturers, whether they're the designers, the academics themselves, and certainly the ones who have to use the products and services. That model, that interactive model, generates much more research impact. And we recently worked with the World Health Organization, and the publication we produced is on their website under publications if you want to see it. It's called Knowledge Translation for Aging and Health. And there's one particular figure in there which illustrates the model. That one figure cost $150,000 in a year of work. But I'd encourage you to look at that model because it shows you the way in which interaction can produce change and much superior take-up of products and services. Those are my 5 pence worth of thoughts. I'd like now to open it to yourselves. We've got experts here and experts within the audience to ask questions to see if we can identify some issues to take away on how we can go about improving the uptake and removing the barriers for an ageing population. Thank you. Any questions? Garth and then the lady at the back, whose name I don't know. So from the front first, please.
Carl Johnson, Newcastle University and ADL Smart Care. When I was involved in setting up this meeting, must be nearly a year ago, what was in my mind was the underlying hypothesis to test was whether spending money on technology would overall save money in the care of older people. There are a whole lot of issues surrounding that question, that hypothesis. One of them being, of course, that the caring professions have a major responsibility and are deeply committed to the care of older people, but they're concerned whether technology might supplant the care they provide or whether it assists. So this is a complex road, and I'd just like to ask the panel how far along this road they think we are, taking into account both the technology developments that we've heard about today, the whole system demonstrator and so on, and the professional social developments. Are we moving along a road towards a system where spending money on technology to support older people will save the nation money?
No, you mentioned something about costs earlier, so perhaps you could take that one first.
I'll try. Well, first of all, I would have to say, I'll talk as a technologist in a second, but as an ethicist, I would say that developing the technology to save money is not a goal I would like to see. So just let me put that to you straight away. The main primary thing is care and the benefit to the people to improve the quality of their lives. I think that you could. It's an impossible question to answer at the moment because the research has to be done first. Then that research, as you know, has to go through its stage of development and then get out to industry, which takes a long time. But research is research, and you can't know in advance if it's going to be any good or not. It's certainly going to cost a lot. Robotics now is something like 60% cheaper than it was in 1990, but yet buying a robot is far more expensive because, of course, the cheaper it gets, the more we laden it with so many things. But you could spend a fortune on giving people, I mean, I can't be partisan. I'm a robotics researcher, but I can't be partisan. You could spend a fortune. There are people out there lusting for funding. Universities are really pushing people to get funding as much as they possibly can. And there's lots of people who are not in the slightest bit interested in elder care, but if you put up big funding things, they're all going to come out there and give you all these incredibly sexy ideas. And you might think, oh, that's an amazing idea, but it might be absolutely rubbish. So I don't know if it's a good way to spend money at all, but it would be very good for robotics research. So you would want to think about it as, you might want to think about it as, how could we get more funding into robotics research in the UK and make it potentially useful? But if you're thinking about spending money on elder care, reaching for technology is not the way I would go about doing it myself.
Yeah. I'd like to reverse the process and ask you all a question, because I don't know the answer to this. I saw the data from the whole system demonstrators of the benefits, but I don't know if an evaluation of that initiative has produced any data on cost effectiveness. Does anybody know that, if those studies did? No. I'm conscious there's a question waiting on the side there, but yes?
We do have, I don't know how much I can say yet, but we do have a study with the Nuffield Trust coming
we do have a study with the Nuffield Trust, sorry, Adam Roberts with the Nuffield Trust. We have a study coming out soon. We're part of the evaluation of the systems demonstrator that looks specifically at the costs of reduced care for people in the trial compared to control group and matched throughout the country.
Would you be able to direct us as to the date when that might be coming out? Will that be a year or so? Or?
It's very soon. It's all
very
written
soon.
and ready to go. It's just going through kind of peer reviews.
Okay, wonderful.
But yeah.
Thank you. Catherine, is there someone over on my left there? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Susanna Gill. I'm from Birmingham Science City. And I don't think when I ask the question I expect a complete and instant response. It's probably something to float to the panel and the audience. We've been talking a lot about sort of the economics, econometrics of cost in terms of what it's costing, the NHS, the government, etc. But a question that occurs to me is that although we're trying to reduce costs, although there's a very good, and I think, an idea that should be promoted of enabling the service users, end users, to have a budget and spend it. I think there needs to be a link between social care, healthcare, the end user and their families or carers regarding how much they're spending and how their budgets and limited budgets at that can be used efficiently to purchase telecare. Because I think there may be a danger of us saying, oh, we're saving loads of money, but when telecare becomes the responsibility of the individual purchasing, there should be some support there to help them decide what to do. And on top of that, one doesn't just purchase care or services on the one-off. One needs change between the ages of, say, 60 to 90. So perhaps there should be some attention paid to the development of the kind of care life cycle as well, and efficient purchasing.
Okay, Pam, that sounds like a question for you. Did you want me to go?
I just was thinking personal budgets here, really, for paying. But there has to be a system where, as a person needs more help or whatever, because, I mean, at the moment, for instance, my mother's friend had dementia, and she was unable to stay in her home for probably 6 to 9 months longer than she would normally have done, because they put in lots of sensors and things, and she sadly had to go into a care home now. So then all the sensors get taken out and used somewhere else. So, you know, that's a really good, I think, cost-effective way of using services. And yeah, I mean, what you want at 60, or hopefully you don't want too much at 60, to what you want at 90 is just so different, and it's a bit sort of scary putting 50 as an older person in, because if you think of somebody that's 50 and you think of so many people now that are living into their 80s, 90s, even 100, I mean, it's just a completely different generation. And so I hate the word elderly people, because it just sort of sticks us all together. So social care, health care, patients and carers all working together. I think we've been trying to do that for as long as I've been in the health and care system, and every government that comes along, and being a bit cynical now, talks about the holistic use, and I mean, it's only going to work if social care and health care work together with patients and carers, so that people sort of, if you all work in silos, it just doesn't work at all. So I hope and pray that one day that will happen, and it's not just rhetoric. Sorry.
Thank you. Another question, please.
Go on then.
At the front here.
Where are we? John Bincliffe. I'm a community occupational therapist. I've been sitting here all day, but I work with 18 through to however, and the idea of assistive technology being used just for the over 65s, never. We use it all the way through, and we tend to use it purely to assist the families to keep the person at home. Right? Now, The problem with being an occupational therapist and working mainly with physical disabilities is as soon as you mention disability or age-related problems, the equipment that you have to purchase, think of a number, double it and add a naught. And then you all put it down to the minimum amount of production run that they have to tool up for and produce. So they think that jobs are here. What I'm going to suggest is, if we're looking at assistive technology that's going to be used by everyone,
absolutely,
yeah, for as long as possible, then can we have it cheaper? Just think about the numbers that we have to think, we have to pay out through social care in the NHS to purchase stuff which is built on a limited production run.
Yeah. I think there are two people I'd like to answer that question. One is yourself, Peter. Then Tom, I wonder if you could comment first of all about maybe what the attitudinal factors are that go to this perception that immediately you go towards the older population and there's a need, then we can start charging more highly. And that's one of the attitude things I think you talked about, where we've got to get away from being tunnel visioned and have a negative stereotype of older people.
Do you want to go first, Peter, or should I?
Tom, you go first, please, if you would.
I mean, I think you're right, James, that the attitudinal problems get in the way enormously, and I think that there is a sort of generic problem that we tend to see any kind of engineering that is to overcome a medical or sort of health or well-being problem. Somehow the pricing can become sort of elastic, as you say, double it and add a naught on the end. In other areas where things are much more consumer-driven, we get much more rational balance between designing for a need and then sort of selling it in the marketplace. But this is part of sort of trying to introduce a change in thinking so that people are more aspirational, more sort of wanting to use this kind of technology. I've often used the analogy of the McLaren buggy. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when the McLaren buggy was invented. And it was invented by, if I remember rightly, an aircraft engineer who got sick of the problems of pushing his children or his grandchildren around in the old prams that were available at the time and wanted to come up with something that would be lighter, more practical and fit for purpose. So built the prototype in his garage. And what we need to see is somehow an empowering of the whole sort of kind of creative process. I think the other thing is that we're talking, a lot of the discussion today has been talking about managed processes of sort of directed invention. And I don't know, there's a gentleman I was talking to earlier that invented the electric kettle switch. And I was thinking that isn't how invention usually works. I mean, sort of, you can come up with innovation by asking people to design things to address certain kinds of needs. But the most productive cycle of sort of innovation comes from people recognizing a need, having a good idea, coming up with a kind of prototype, selling it on and making a business out of it. And I think we somehow need to get our heads around changing sort of from almost medicalizing the problem and putting it in the domain of these kind of sort of one-off, highly expensive solutions. But also we're dealing with the kind of stigma. And I think there are so many areas in which if we could get the attitude straight, if we could remove some of the stigma that's associated with these kinds of issues, then I would be amazed if a real flow of inventiveness didn't transform the landscape. And I think you mentioned just a moment ago, working with people who are disabled and working with people who have age-related limitations. And one of the issues that I've discussed quite a lot with a colleague, Tom Shakespeare, who is sort of a kind of ethicist who has disability himself and faces these kind of challenges, is that because despite society's best intentions, disabled people do experience stigma, and old people experience stigma. And can you get the two groups to recognise that they have a common agenda? And the answer is, for the most part, no. And the reason is that they don't want to be tarred with the brush of stigma that they perceive belongs to the other group. So you say to younger disabled people, you share an agenda with the growing numbers of older people, and they say, oh no, we're not old. And you say to older people, you share an agenda with the significant numbers of younger disabled people, And they say, oh, no, we're not disabled. And it's this kind of pushing apart, this failure to somehow get the overall mobilisation that would go with attitudinal change, that would go with empowerment, that would go with, sort of generating what I imagine in time will come to be one of the biggest money spinners for all of us we go to the 21st century. I would bet that a significant number of the people who at the end of this century are on the Forbes rich list as sort of billionaires will be people who have come up with really clever ideas to provide innovative solutions to helping people maintain independence in later life. Just look at Saga. Saga started when Sidney Daham had a sort of pretty run-of-the-mill hotel in Folkestone, and he wasn't selling enough beds, and he thought, well, there's more old people around. Let me offer cut-price holidays to older people. And from that, he grew a business that was a family business until about 10 years ago, and was floated for £1.6 billion. So if you can go from a small hotel in Folkestone to a £1.6 billion enterprise, why isn't there a long, long line of people who are just sort of making it happen?
Thank you very much, Thomas. Excellent. And Peter?
I think there's two kind of approaches to that, really. The first is truly assistive technology that has to be, is always going to be somewhat more expensive. I think it can be better if we're smart about the distribution. So a lot of the people that invent this stuff will in effect also create their own sales distribution route, which is very expensive. They'll have to trawl around. Their selling costs will be huge. That's why the product's expensive, not because they make lots of money. Actually, most of them don't. But there will always be those things. But actually, a lot of it doesn't need to be assistive technology. And people with all kinds of limitations, all kinds of disabilities will be able to use a lot of technology that could be just designed more inclusively. And to give you an example where I think people are starting to think out of the box and be quite clever, there's a guy, he's does some producing for the BBC and stuff like that, and he had a problem that his parents were in the north of Scotland. He was kind of somewhat disconnected from them and was having a young family, and started to think creatively about it and think, how do they don't use the internet, how can I solve this problem creatively without changing what I do? So he went out and bought himself a Wi-Fi enabled photo frame, hooked it into the internet, bought them a broadband, hooked it into his Flickr account, a Facebook account. So when his daughter was born, they saw a picture on the photo frame on the top of their TV within 5 minutes of his daughter being born. And he'd just uploaded it to his Facebook account, but he'd configured it so that they had access to his information. Now, whether he turns that into a business or not is a good question. He's won endless awards and he doesn't actually have a business yet. But what I love is the creative thinking, is instead of changing everything that we have, is saying, well, why can't we just think differently and find ways of hooking in, connecting people to what already exists? And there are more examples of it. So, for instance, there's a company that now can hook in, you just have a slightly different set-top box, and you can send photos to the TV, you can send text messages, reminders, so the family don't change what they do. They work just the way they work now, which, back to this issue of the hardest thing is always changing the way people work. So if we can not have to change the way people work and include them, then that gets easier. Now, I know we're talking about sort of communications and things like that, but again, the example I showed with the shower, I'll bet you that fold-down shower stall is cheaper than the one that I showed you before. But that's just because it's designed for a mass market. And they are starting to think that way. And actually and this again, maybe this is the right moment, because the reason the industry's starting to think about older people is they've suddenly cottoned on to the fact that the over 50s have 80% of the nation's wealth. And actually the youngsters aren't buying bathrooms because they haven't got any money. So the industry's going, well, where do we find customers? And you go, well, not only do the over 50s have 80% of the nation's wealth, they have 10% of the marketing spend. So nobody's talking to them. So Jermaine Greer said once, the problem was as soon as I hit 60, nobody wanted to sell to me. You know, so it's some of those ideas where we will get the sort of creative thinking and maybe get some really interesting businesses that work the way we work, that work with the systems that we've got, even if they're not what we would choose. So maybe that's how we kind of get some of this going. But I'm afraid I think truly assistive technology, which is probably a much smaller percentage of what we have now, will probably always be more expensive than you'd like as an OT.
Yeah. I'm glad you say, Peter, that industry is becoming increasingly interested in the older population. I was totally amazed, and there are two people here who were on the Future Age European research exercise, who were involved in producing a roadmap for ageing research. I led the user work stream on that, and getting the industrial sector, designers, the commercial elements to send representatives to talk about how the older population or the ageing population could be involved in research and development of new products, services and fundamental research findings was excruciatingly difficult. And I think there was what you would call the usual suspects there. Intel has got a very good record on this. BT has got a very good record on this. Microsoft has got a very good record on this. But some areas were completely absent. Surveying, architecture, many others. Pharmaceutical industries were not present. And I just wonder, Peter, how we get the message to them. The conclusion I drew was that rather than invite them to us, we have to go and raid their territory. So we parachute ourselves onto their conferences, their workshops, their seminars, and actually explain to them what the issues are around an ageing population. If we can't get them to come to us, then we actually do have to go to them.
And I have no idea what possessed them to invite me, but I went to some national kitchen, bathroom and bedroom industry exhibition to do a talk. There were loads of people there. Not a huge amount of people came in. And actually, the title, I think, was something like something to do with the changing attitudes of older people. And I heard some folk walking by going, "You'll never change the attitudes of older people." And you go, no, you misheard the title. It's not them that needs to change, it's you that need to change. But actually, people did start to pick up, and they did start to go, gosh, you mean actually there is money that we could go after? And the good news was they then wrote an article on it. They've then said, would I go back and do another one? So, yes, I think that's right. I think we go and provoke, and not many of them will hear us. But actually, the ones that do, so there was a company that came up afterwards and said, we're going to target, we're producing a whole brochure targeted at selling bathrooms to older people that are not stigmatizing bathrooms, but are more inclusive. And they're doing launches in all their major dealers all around the UK. Sadly, for a variety of reasons I couldn't take part in it, but they're very keen, and they'll get money and they'll survive, and some of their competitors will go bust, and then people will start to look.
Yes.
And so is a 59-year-old occupational therapist.
Well, we had that. There was a panel after the meeting that was chaired by a guy who, I don't know diddly squat about bathrooms and kitchens and all the rest of it, really, but he was Mr. Bathroom designer. So he was the guru on bathroom design, who's just hit 60. And he goes, when I was 30, I designed for 30-year-olds. When I was 40, I designed for 40-year-olds. He said, I've now hit 60, and I thought, I should have been designing for 60-year-olds or more. And actually, I now need to start to rethink. And all you need is somebody like that who's a leader in the field. You challenge them, they start to think again, and the next thing is you'll have a whole range of new designs that are more inclusive, hopefully. And that's all we can do, I think.
I wonder if I could ask Oliver, who's spent many years in the medical industries, about if there's any change detectable in the attitude of your sector to an ageing population and how they can interact with them to produce the kind of products that will produce benefit and will sell.
I think there's a huge awareness of the potential market. I think the big difficulty expressed to the providers of those things. I think it was you, James, who said, what really makes things take off is when you have a dialogue between the users and the suppliers. And that's the difficulty that we have at the moment. A hell of a lot of the healthcare side of things is done through the NHS. The NHS works as a proxy customer and almost provides a separation between the customer and the suppliers. So you lose that dialogue. I think one of the things that's a real danger in the whole assisted living area is you've got the same kind of potential for negotiation with the big purchasers who may be Social Security or whoever, who aren't actually users. So again, the dialogue can be lost. The other thing with a lot of these things, you've got a whole range of patients. One of the things with engineering is you always learn a lot when you start doing things and working with the customers. If you're going to have to work through occupational therapists and you're not going and holding their hands, then you will never learn the lessons. You'll be providing stuff into a black box, you get stuff back that says, our patients didn't like them. And that's it. And it's how do you get the real dialogue. A lot of, in the orthopedic area, a lot of the companies actually send their reps to go there and work beside the surgeon who's doing the implanting. And that means that they're right up to understanding exactly what the issues are. If we don't have the same kind of dynamic relationship between the suppliers who come up with the ideas and the real users, then I don't think we'll have something that takes off and is exciting as it could be. Yeah. So that's my real feeling, is how can we get that dynamic between the supplier and the users and not have an intermediary in between who thinks it's all about cutting the cost.
Okay. Thank you, Oliver. We've got about 10 minutes left, and I want to make the most of that time before I conclude the meeting. Are there any other questions that people want to ask, or observations on what has already been said?
I'd like to ask a question.
First of all, Noel, and then gentleman on my left.
It was just what the previous gentleman said about how do you get straight to the users. But, you know, big companies like I used to do work for Leverhulme, what's it called now? It's
Unilever.
Not Unilever, thank you. And they had panels of people that was called market research. So they brought in panels of people to like smell underpants or whatever, and then look at washing. So wouldn't the right approach would be to have panels of elderly people and find out what they actually want and test the products on them? Because when I said earlier, by the way, I'd like to correct myself. I was saying technology. I meant robotics technology when I was talking about it, because I think a lot of the stuff with sensor technology is really key and vital and very, very cheap, and we need very good novel research on it. But also I think that who do you want to do the market research on? What do you need to be thinking about is when is this going to come online? For instance, people now in their 50s or in their early 60s, like myself, the baby boomers who are going to be the big customers, are quite technologically more sophisticated. So a lot of off-the-shelf stuff's good for us, like iPads and things like that. But a lot of the research I see is going out and talking to 85-plus people who are going to be, 120 by the time the technology is ready for them.
Thank you, Noel. And gentleman on my left. Thank you, Catherine.
Hello, James Robb. Excuse me. I've got a question which relates to something Peter said earlier. I wrote it down, I tweeted it actually, so you can pick it up on a Twitter stream. He said there's so much evidence that technology is available, it works, and we've proved it can save money. So why isn't it happening? And that's something that struck me through today. I've been involved in this sector for a number of years as a designer, as an engineer, as a director of one of the largest UK manufacturers of aids for daily living. And what strikes me is there is all this opportunity, but it just isn't happening in depth, at speed, at scale. And the opportunity is there, and Ailsa said earlier that maybe she thinks we've reached a tipping point. Maybe that something is going to happen, that people will accept that there needs to be a change. And as a designer and as an engineer, I know that the way to do some of these things is to prototype and do rather than think and talk, which we're all doing here again. A lot of the things that we heard this morning in particular were about the imperative of change. And I think we all know that in this room. So how do we move to doing? How do we make it happen? How do we get people to take risks? That's the real imperative for me now, I think, is how do we move from that talking stage to doing stage, which will pull through the opportunities for these businesses that you talk about. And when there is opportunity, then that brings the scale to employ good designers, and those designers will make products that are desirable, and when they're desirable, people will buy them regardless of who the provider is.
Yeah.
So how do we move to doing?
From my own experience, James, if I can answer that briefly, what we've found with our business model in Age UK is that the take-up of products essentially depends upon trust. And I have to say that older people, in my experience and the evidence you got from Age UK, don't trust government. So if anything comes from government, they're suspicious of it straight away. They're less suspicious, but they are suspicious to a degree about big business coming to them because they feel that probably they're on the end of the high-price market, which is unnecessary. But we have a social enterprise department which works with manufacturers and product designers and so on to produce new products and services. We've got about 300 of those, and we find that eases the process because we trade on our reputation as a charitable organisation which has no axe to grind. We're not there to make money, we're not there to make a political point, we're there to produce benefit for our constituents. Thank you.
I've spent the last 20 years working in large corporations for the likes of BT, Vodafone, mobile industry, that sort of thing. Just one observation is, from what I've heard today, some very, very good stuff, very good technologies coming out. But it is a bit of a build it and they will come mentality. And I think in industry, you've actually got to, I think a lot of your answers are going to come from the private sector. And if anything, you've got to actually turn things on their head, which is to go back to your marketing ethos, understand your customers, understand your users, look at what's going to create value for them, and work back from that. Whereas if you have an approach, I think the R&D and the research is absolutely brilliant in universities, but the issue is productizing, and you've really got to do that from the other way, which is understanding your markets.
I couldn't agree more, and one of the great strengths of the organisation I'm proud to work for is that we have a great understanding of the older population, and we do find that people come to us. And Noel, you mentioned panels. We have so many requests for that. We've had to formalise and structure a team within Age UK to construct panels in order to meet the demand that we're getting, because we understand now that marketing is so important to people, and they come to us continuously to have advice and also to reach those that they perceive are hard to get to. And panels is actually one super avenue in which we're working to overcome that. Has anyone got any observations to make on that remark? The next question then on my right, thank you.
This is fresh from the latest. I'm from the Bath Institute of Medical Engineering in Bath. We do a lot of work which is very user-led when we develop pieces of technology. The overriding thing that strikes me is that we'll talk about how we should understand the need first. And that's one of the core things about the engineering process. You define your spec at the beginning, and I think it's very easy for us to get excited about the technical features and the technical specification, and we don't do enough as engineers. I like to think we're some exceptions, but in general, engineers, including ourselves, don't focus enough on the other aspects and what users really want. I'd like to endorse the idea that working with people like Age UK is really, really effective, because we have local links. We're one of the groups involved in the COBOL project, looking at how you tackle barriers
the only way you can find out is by going and talking to people, trying stuff out with them, seeing what they like and what they don't like, and also what they're able to use. Because it's both. You've got preferences and you've got abilities. And if you're one or the other, or both, then you're scuppered with a lovely piece of shiny technology that no one wants or no one will pay for. So I just want to say it's really nice that we're starting to see really effective ways where there is this bridge starting to form between older people saying, no one listens to us, I can't believe we're not being designed for, and technologists saying, it's so hard to find anyone who will tell us their views on technology and what they want us to design. I think that is starting. I hope that that's not a naive view, it's actually realistic, and it's starting to happen on the ground, and it's something that we wanted for a long time. I hope that's something that people can take part with, really starting to do that in the real world, although I think we're in a minority at the moment, but I think it's growing.
I would absolutely agree with you on that process of starting. And when Help the Aged and Aged Concerned England merged together, it's a very unsettling process. If anyone's been through a corporate merger, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But part of the model was that we produced brand partners from the local age concerns as they existed then. And we now have 170 brand partners. And for anyone in this room, you should contact your local Age UK, because they're, first of all, very flattered to be approached. Secondly, there's a huge willingness there to get involved in any kind of innovation that will help them. And they're increasingly turning to us at the centre for research advice. So there's an amazing opportunity there. And in England alone, we've got 170. And beyond the borders, if you're in, outside England, we've got their own national organisations with their own local brand partners, which adds up in the UK to about 340. And then on top of that, you've got about 640 local forums of older people, which no one owns. It's completely autocratic, democratic movement of grassroots organisations who, again, are only too pleased to talk to researchers, product designers and developers, engineers and everywhere else. It's slow, it's not transformational, it's an incremental process, but it's there, and I would encourage all of you to engage in that process where you can. There's probably time for one more question before we have to hit the railway station or wherever we're getting home. Any last pithy, biting issue that anybody wants to ask about? All that remains for me to do then is to... was there someone else? Okay. Anyone else? So you're free to have one last question.
One very brief question, yeah. In this conference, we've very much talked about sort of scientists, innovators, technologists, and all the people. But it occurs to me, particularly having very, very active parents who are 70 this year, but I think they're 40 and they think they're 40, is that they carry tremendous professional know-how. My mother's a nurse, and she's almost 70 now, but for 4.5 years she has been going back to her workplace and we can't sort of stop her. And I think it would be a great opportunity perhaps if technologists approaching the sort of, 60, 70 plus mark, etc., who are still passionate with technology, with innovation, keep on going, keep on being involved, so that they are technologists and experts, but they are also in some ways, that I hate to say, older people, that they're people who will be using those technologies and services. And I think it would be great to keep that momentum going, and to actually ask the experts, and the experts are one and the same.
Yeah. Susanna, that's a super point. I couldn't agree with more about that. When people ask me how many people work for Age UK, I divert the question and say, actually, do you know how many people volunteer for Age UK? It's 80,000. An absolute army of volunteers. And I once asked our head of legal affairs, we employ a small team of about 8 solicitors. I said, how many of those 80,000 volunteers are retired lawyers and do we use them? So I think you're absolutely right there. There's a huge reservoir of expertise in the older population, and we mustn't go to them on the basis that they're laity and we're, clergy or whatever. All right, on that elevated note, I'll end today's conference. I'm hugely grateful to all the speakers and to yourselves who made the day go so well, and I hope this is just the start of a great relationship which will involve you all here. Thank you very much indeed.